something like that.
And all these cursor licenses are company licenses?
Yeah, yeah. They've got, I don't know all the details, but they've got a certain deal with them where we get like a certain amount of requests per month per user.
So your whole engineering team is using cursor?
Yes. I would imagine there's some people who didn't request access, so we probably don't pay seats for them. But I think most people that I know, that I work with at least, are using it. So, yeah. I mean, and obviously, like, you don't use it for literally everything you do, but I mean, I've been using it a lot lately.
And if you don't mind me asking, what's the product that you guys are?
We are not a managed service provider, but we provide like IT resources. So, I guess you could see my name. You can look it up. So I work for Jump Cloud.
Okay. I was just gonna ask, like, where do you work? I'm pretty sure this sounds familiar.
Yeah, no,
I guess Thrive.
Yeah, no, I work for Jump Cloud. So like we kind of compete with Microsoft, but like obviously a much smaller Thrive.
So you're mostly like a cloud infrastructure provider. Like, what's your bread and butter for your company?
Yeah, it's like directory services. So, like, if you've got a company and you need IT resources like managed devices and users.
So is this like a managed IT? Is this like a managed IT provider of sorts? Like, do you guys have like end user?
Yeah, it is managed IT. So, like, we do like mobile device management and stuff like that. But like, we're not going onto people's premises and offering like white glove services. We're not setting up infrastructure, things like that. It's all in the cloud. So. Some of our customers like are companies themselves, and then we also have MSPs as customers that have multi-tenant portals where they use our product to manage multiple organizations, and they're the MSP.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And you said it's Jump Cloud?
Yeah.
You said Germ Cloud, right? Not Jump Cloud.
No, I said Jump Cloud.
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask. Like, do you work at Jump Cloud? Then I thought you said Germ Cloud.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, Jump Cloud. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, a big competitor to ours would be Okta, but they're a little bit bigger than us.
So it's mostly SSO, though. I think that's single sign-on mostly, isn't it?
Yeah, Okta's that, and like all of the other things that you want to do with Okta, whether it's like device trust or stuff like that, you have to get other providers that would then integrate with Okta, whereas Jump Cloud's kind of more of a one-stop shop. So we do like SSO, we do directory services, and we can be with the directory, but we can also integrate with.
When you say directory services, so you're like, would it be like a Microsoft Active Directory?
Exactly. Yeah. So either you can use us or you can integrate with AD, and they can be the sort of source of truth. And then like we've got skin providers so that you can do things like integrate with other services, and like so somebody onboards at your company, they'll automatically get like a Google account. We do MDM, so
mobile device management.
Yeah, sorry. So instead of having to use like Jamf for something, we have a product that you can use. So it's basically we kind of offer a lot of these different features so that you can just use.
Do you guys own the entire stack, or do you guys integrate other services?
It's a little bit of both. So like we have like, for example, our MDM service is our own service. We run that ourselves. But like you could bring your own if you want. Like you could integrate Jamf if you wanted. You could use Active Directory instead of us if you want, but you don't have to. It just depends on like how sticky your relationship with your previous provider is if you're switching to us. But we do offer most of the services are bespoke, and then obviously we're a cloud provider, so we run on cloud infrastructure, typically AWS for the most part. Amazon Web Services.
Cool.
Yeah, as an engineer, you do a good job of explaining it like you're on the sales side, but that's a good breakdown.
Well, you put me on the spot. I'm like, I hope I don't get any of this wrong, but yeah, I mean, I've worked there for a few years, so I kind of get the gist of it.
And where's it based?
We've got people everywhere. It's a remote-first company. The main headquarters is in Louisville, Colorado. It's just outside of Denver. but like we've got workforce in like a lot of different countries: the U.S., India, Lebanon, and Mexico. So
Do you know the breakdown of like the, I would say the naturalized citizens, employees versus visa employees? Like,
I don't have that.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Obviously, you're not a red dot.
Yeah, no. No, nor do I don't know if I would be allowed to say that if.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to take it there, but yeah, just it's the whole H-1B thing is it's a big topic of conversation. So
yeah, I mean without
first, you kind of wonder, based in Louisville, how many of that engineer base is out of Bangladesh?
Yeah, we've got quite a few employees in other countries for sure. I would say that. I think there's a lot of companies who would have used H-1B visas in the past and are now just directly offshoring. With I guess different results. Just put it that way.
All right, Nico. So you like any publicly traded small mid-cap stocks and like software companies, or you following anything?
No, not really. I'm not too big into like looking at particular stocks and stuff like that. I probably should do that more, but
I was just wondering if there's any companies that are really rocking right now, like in your industry,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, everybody's obsessed with AI these days, and I feel like people would probably benefit looking elsewhere. But where that is, I'm not sure. I'm not really a big investor. I mean, Bitcoin is my number one investment, so unfortunately, I don't know.
Hey, Casey, I've heard of this company called Stacking Sats Inc. They're doing pretty well in that industry.
Yeah, that's where I put my discretionary money.
Oh, sweet.
Nico, for personal hobbies, have you used OpenClaw or Ralph or Gastown?
I just heard of Gastown the other day, and it sounded interesting, but I've never used it. OpenClaw, like, honestly, I'm kind of scared to use it because, like, to give this thing like all of my API credentials and just like let it go off and do whatever it does, I don't know, it just seems pretty risky to me anyway. And like I've heard people say like they've come back like 3 hours later and it spent like $300 or something crazy like that. So I'm like, I don't know. I'll let them iterate on it for like a few months and then I'll maybe try it.
John, you're an infrastructure guy. I think that's an opportunity to create like a boxing gym for these AI agents where we can just issue API keys and have all these agents just, it's a safe sandbox. They can all just connect to like a sandbox cloud to exercise all their MCP operations where they don't fucking break users' computers. That could be a thing.
What would be like the value though? Just to watch them and see what they do?
Well, no, I mean the issue right now is that people are putting these agents like OpenClaw in production or their
So the big issue with NICE, Nico, I don't know if you've seen this. You basically have employees and users basically being encouraged to use AI. In order to compete, they have to use AI, even if it's remedially. The problem is they open themselves up to massive security risks for the company. So one of our biggest growth revenue sectors is just managing the AI. So we've been working with a provider. I think it's the best product in the market. They only sell through MSPs. and/or IT service providers, cloud infrastructure providers, that sort of thing. And ultimately, it does what JR is describing, and it's not it's LLM agnostic. There's like 30 LLMs currently integrated, and the thing is, it literally gets more intelligent, so you can make workflows, agents, or like processes, and it iterates with you. It helps you to actually think through the process or think through the workflow, and then it also like is listening to any other agents that are in your company. So if someone else is creating an agent in your company, even if it's for client X, and the client C will benefit from it because that intelligence is driving through the entire quote unquote sandbox. And so it basically allows for them to use AI in a much safer way, but also to like use AI in a much more realistic, pragmatic, and like company efficiency way. And it's been hugely successful for us so far.
So when you say like it's in the sandbox,
I'm just using JR's terminology. By the way, I'm not a tech guy by trade. I'm dangerous, but I'm not counting by trade.
I guess my question would be, at some point, like if you want to get real work done, you have to get outside the sandbox. Like to perform a web search, you need API keys to, Brave Search, for example, or to look at like company data, you're going to need an MCP that integrates with Slack or Google.
Yeah. So as I understand it, the platform ultimately integrates across a number of different services, but it's still like being controlled within a cyber protected environment, and so we're providing the security around it, and we're providing the best practices, and it's not foolproof, but it's a gazillion times better than users basically going back and forth. So I can't answer it technically in any like intelligent way. It's just not my forte, but the security like sort of risk is minimized significantly by ultimately using these LLMs within the security control platform that is integrating with all other services, enterprise and otherwise, within the client. So without like being able to like technically get into the weeds, that's generally how I understand how it works.
Is the product public yet? Like what is it called?
I can't. I'm not like comfortable. Like we're not able to just disclose it.
Okay.
And I don't know exactly why, to be honest. Like it doesn't make sense to me, but it is part of our agreement with them. But they are only able to sell. Like you can't like just if you called them and you owned XYZ law firm and had 150 attorneys or whatever, and you wanted to use their service, you can't. And there's reasons for it too. You sort of need technical capability to actually like deliver the service. And to like mitigate, like they don't want to be dealing with like end user support, right? So like I think that's part of it. And it's like that's not their bread and butter. It's not what they're good at. And it's a better distribution model. Like a lot of people distribute like all types of technical services and technical products and technical software solutions through all types of IT service providers. So it's not an uncommon model. I'm sure you're familiar with. But
of course.
Yeah,
what I just realized, John?
Sorry, Dave. Was the middle of your sentence interrupting the middle of my sentence interrupting the beginning of your?
I just realized you look like the Jordanian version of CZ Finance in that PGR.
With my forehead expansion, yeah. I wish my bank account looked like his too.
Sorry, I was just looking at it and I couldn't get the thought out, and I wanted you to finish up because I just wanted to share it so bad it was eating at me.
And you don't want things eating at you, Dave. I was gonna avoid the next layer of that joke. Yeah, so that's generally how I understand how it works, Nico. It brings all of your like AI interactions within the organizations into the security apparatus, for lack of a better term. How that actually works technically, I don't have it's beyond my like intelligence and expertise.
Hey Fish, did your church predict this? Because you didn't warn me.
My favorite part of this is everybody was like, yeah, it's exactly how we told you it was going to be. And yet yet. Chris is the only one that made the trade. It's like, okay.
Oh, he's not the only one.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, I'm just like, I obviously know that this is the time of the cycle where prices do this, but I'm just too dumb. I'm not going to try to predict anything. I'm just going to hold and keep buying every day.
My fear is that I'm going to sell it, create a taxable event, and then buy back and end up realizing I ended up with no more.
Yeah, that's why I just don't do that shit anymore. Like, I every time I sold Bitcoin, I've lost out majorly. So at this point, I just keep buying.
And
Sell
keep
the
in
coin
mind,
you need to, and you get lucky, and you wind up, like having sold the right time.
I know. I was just talking to my brother-in-law, and he's pretty excited because he's moving to the States, and they have to take a financial snapshot that I guess it resets their cost basis, and they got to clear up their taxes here. So, you'll have to pay a lot less taxes
Right now,
but the tax bracket will also be lower in the States, right?
well, yeah, if it's in Canada, yeah.
Yeah, right.
What are your cap gains rates? Well,
50% of your rate, right? So
Wait, what?
it's 50% of your tax bracket. So if
I
you're,
don't know what that means.
so if you're,
If you're at 50%, then you can pay 25%?
yes, yeah.
Okay.
And if you're at 40%, you pay, 20%.
I mean, that's basically in the U.S. At higher tax brackets, your cap gains is 25%. It ranges from 15 to 25. If it's lower, it's 20. If it's super low, then it's 15.
What's your top tax bracket?
26 or something like that. Federally.
Or in Canada?
54?
Shit. Yeah.
They don't pay a state tax though, too. So
Yeah, we do. So it depends what province you're in, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have federal and provincial. No, we do have harmonized sales tax in Ontario.
Okay.
So instead of remitting to two different places, they just call it harmonized. But
Is it a lot though? Because in Illinois, ours is 5%, 4%.
or 13% sales tax.
Oh no! Oh, that's crazy too. But I meant state income, provincial income tax.
Oh, our provincial's higher. Yeah. I'm not sure totally what they are, to be honest. I don't really pay attention to that too much. But I know sales tax, some provinces are 5%, some are 15%. So depends what province you're in. And then if you live in the Yukon, you get tax credits for living there. So you might be in this tax bracket, but because you get $10,000 tax free for living there, it moves you down at whatever, right?
Yeah. They do something like that in Alaska too. I don't know if it's a tax credit or if it's an actual straight up.
Usually it's tax credits, right? That's what I've said for a long time. One of the biggest problems with taxes, besides the fact that it's theft, is that it's social engineering. And it's not ideal when you have a central government, trying to engineer everything in the market. Like where people live, if they have kids or not, yada, yada, yada.
Lately, it's been more of the or not.
What's that?
I said you said or if they have kids or not, or yada yada. And I said lately, I think it's been more of the or not.
Yeah, yet they're trying to incentivize it, but yeah, it's not. It's not, because inflation is faster than their incentives.
also said that me and Hoddle would find reasons to not.
Wait. I was talking about how yesterday you were so angry at me.
Angry?
Yeah.
Oh,
In Northern
being a
Fox.
fucking mentally ill, frigid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, but I understand. You got the whole communist government holding you there and shit. It's a pain in the ass. What I really wanted to ask you is, if you had to replace and or add to a base plate, a wall base plate, that for some reason is 2 layers thick, lower layer being treated.
Yeah.
Would you use galvanized wedge anchors?
I don't like wedge anchors. I like the LVT, so like the half-inch Tapcons, half-inch by 5-inch. Hilton makes them, and Redhead makes them.
Yep.
I like the Hilti ones. They're nice because they're removable.
Yeah. It's a thing.
And they actually have better ratings than the wedge anchors, because like if you buy a half-inch wedge anchor, it's actually usually a 1/4-inch hole inside of it, right? It just goes inside of a half-inch hole with the wedges.
Yeah, they've got different styles. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
And it's all garbage. It's really, I don't know.
But I also feel like they put pressure to pop the concrete that the LVT did not do, right?
Yep. It's true.
Personally, I'm a fan of LVTs.
Yeah, and like the Florida Hurricane Code requires the the big stud anchors for like dwellings, but I'm not working on a dwelling, so I think I'm gonna do what you just said.
Well, they probably would still pass.
They should.
Yeah.
Structurally.
If a wedge anchor will pass, these will pass. Because like, especially if you buy the Hilti ones, they come with the engineering paperwork. Some brands do not, so they're a little bit harder maybe to get approval for. But yeah, Hilti's good. Big fan.
Cool. Thank you. Like I was looking at shit on Amazon. They like don't stock anything fucking locally. It's bizarre. I was looking on Amazon. I'm like, I just don't trust this Chinese trash or whatever it is.
No, I stock that shit myself. I got probably 5,000 of those in my shop.
But yeah, you're totally right about the fucking taxable event thing. And like, it's like, you know, for me for like long-term cap gains, I have to, make sure 15%. Like I better be gaining at least 15%. Otherwise, I'm just going.
Yeah, plus the headache, right? Like, and I don't know what people's security is like, but like, I made it very difficult for me to do that. Like, so you got the headache, then you got the accountants you got to deal with, right? Like, and get all that paperwork together, and it's like, and what percent of your stuff are you going to do it with, right? Like 10%, 100%, like I don't know. That's why, like, I know Chris, does it, but he's doing it all in ETFs, and it's a lot easier when, you're mostly holding in ETFs.
Yeah, that's why I bought a bunch of iBid in my Roth today.
Yeah. And it's also tax-free, right? So, but like, yeah. Which is pretty sweet for him. Seriously, like, like your tax-free account, like you can only put so much in a year, right? And if he trades that well, which he has been, like, you can get that really good, and then there's no tax on any of it, which is pretty sick, right? You get your tax-free account from like, you put over 10 years, you put maybe, I don't know, 80 grand in there, and you turn that into $1 million. That's pretty awesome. But you gotta be careful you don't get too much in there too, because then they try to find a reason to say you were trading in it, not investing.
I've heard this. I actually know a friend's mom had them say that to her, but I don't know. They've never said anything to me.
My friend has a friend who made I think $15 million in it on some options, and they taxed it all.
That's interesting.
So I think if you hit a certain level, they'll just flag it and take a look and see if they think they can get you.
We have, I don't know, like David Short's on here. Like, what are the kind of rules on that?
They're a little bit gray.
Yeah, it seems like.
At least they are here, right? Like, it's like you can't use it as a trading account, but like, what does that mean? Do you have to hold on to a position for a year? Like, no, that's not a rule. But then, if you make a lot of money, that might become a rule because, they just fucking can. Do you want to challenge it?
I really like keeping my taxes as simple as possible.
I know. I fucking hate taxes. I hate reporting shit. I hate.
Dude, I was looking at the fucking concrete anchors I used when I put a door in the side of my house. And like they don't. I looked up my fucking Home Depot receipt in my old emails, and like they don't fucking stock that one in the stores anymore. It seems like they stock less and less useful shit. It's the fucking problem I keep running into. Like, everything is too short. Like, the longest they've got is 1/2 inch by 5.
Yeah, that's good, no?
Well, I mean, it's a double stacked base plate, so.
Yeah, but you spade the top plate out with like 1.5 inch spade bit, and then just do it through the bottom plate. PTR fish. Okay, that's a wedge anchor. LVT, and that wedge anchor is designed for a bottom plate, and it's a 5-inch LVT, so that's longer than a wedge anchor. You see it?
Yep.
Yeah.
They only have the fucking Cobra ones on the shelf.
Where? Home Depot?
Yeah.
You gotta stop. I fucking hate Home Depot.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of options.
Just get an account on Healthy on their website and order. They'll deliver it right to you. I guess you only need a few, eh?
Yeah.
See, I just call up a sales rep and put an order. It's super convenient. They'll come drop them off at my shop. And, like, if I order something like 5,000 of those, they'll throw in, like, a free radio and impact set. Right? Like, and I'll get a way better price than if I go to try to buy them at a store. Like those, what do they want for them, Fish? Online? Or at Home Depot?
I don't remember online. They've got, it's a 2-pack for $10.
So $5 a Capcom?
Yep.
Yeah. I get these for $4 Canadian when I buy them in bulk. Right? And they're like $6 or $7 Canadian if you're going to buy them at Home Depot.
Yeah.
So I get them for significantly cheaper. I think actually less than $4. I think $3 to $4, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I was thinking about grabbing your much PCR.
And they'll throw in like a bunch of tools. Like, that's one nice thing about Hilti too, is if you buy fasteners, they'll give you tools. Like if you know the DXs,
No.
they shoot into concrete and steel. The nails and concrete and steel.
Yep.
Yeah, those, like you buy enough shot, they give you a free gun, right?
Interesting. Here, I'm gonna PTR the, I was looking at the, like, grabbing these. They're galvanized for one.
DGRA, not seeing an update.
No. Kind of took a while. The signal's not great here. But here, I'll put up another one. Like on the back of the package.
Goes up there, wedge. Yeah, I hate those. But it is 5.5.
It's so sketchy because it's like, is it gonna grab? Is it gonna grab?
I know.
And
Like, honestly, you're almost better off using threaded rod and epoxy. In my mind, than kind of wet anchor. A threaded rod and epoxy.
yeah, I was looking at those too.
Like, you can just buy like 3-foot lengths of threaded rod and cut them into whatever size you want and epoxy it in a hole. But epoxy's not cheap either for good epoxy.
Yeah, and I'm not that worried about the price. I'm mostly just trying to fucking get this done. But here, look, PTR again.
Yeah.
Like the back of the package, which it doesn't show this online, but it says that it has to be a minimum of like 4 and something inches into the,
Yeah. I think you're crazy not to use LVTs.
So like I'm looking at these, they like it says 4 inches into the concrete. And these are 5 inches.
Look, that's just what they're rated for, right? Like, it doesn't really matter if it's only 3.5 inches in.
Yeah, but the fucking pull-up on these is way higher. 2,682 pounds versus on those wedge anchors, 1,654. And the sheer wedge anchors is only 715 pounds.
Yeah. Let me see if I have some paperwork for what the healthy ones are.
Yeah, the healthy ones kept coming up online. And then I found they have sleeve anchors also, which, you know, if using an anchor, I kind of like it better because it actually forces it. It's not going to just like slip out and not fucking spread the wedge. But I think they're rated for even less. But I definitely have the fucking concern, like what you said about popping the concrete. Like, I don't want to fucking do that.
With a wedge, yeah. Now you're talking about older concrete, right? So it's gonna be pretty strong, probably. But
Yeah, they did a pretty good job too. Oh, there's a Capcom brand that's
they're blue, right? Yeah. I've seen Capcom recently started carrying the bigger ones.
These are mechanically galvanized. They're not blue, but
Okay.
the threads are not nearly as fucking beefy.
Redhead Mitchell too. I remember I used to buy redheads before I bought healthy.
Yeah, they've got a bunch of the redhead stuff here, but not. They have like sleeve anchors and stuff from redhead.
They make LVTs. I know they do.
I know, that's what I'm saying though. It's like I know like all these companies make all of this shit, but they don't fucking stock it anywhere.
Yeah, well, sometimes with stuff like that, you gotta go to like the Fastenal or like a nut and bolt supply. Like your regular stores aren't gonna have it.
There is a Fastenal. I should have fucking checked them.
You guys have Fastenal there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Fastenal usually carries redhead. The only thing with Fastenal that might be annoying for you is you technically are supposed to have a business, right? Like they don't sell to the public.
I just that is true. That's interesting. I think I bought stuff from them before, and they didn't really care.
Yeah, so it's gonna depend on the person at the desk, really.
Yeah.
But yeah. We need some warmer weather. It has been so cold here for so long. I wonder how deep our frost is right now.
Oh yeah, what is your fucking frost depth like?
4 feet.
How deep do you put the pipes?
4 feet.
My girlfriend and I were looking at this in Minnesota. Like, near Minneapolis, it's like 42 inches. Or you have to, at least, I think you have to We read it was 42 inches, and in northern Minnesota, it's like 5 feet. 6
Yeah. So, and the thing is, frost will get like 6 feet deep here, but like on the highways and in the areas that stay bare, right? Like usually the snow actually insulates the ground. So because we've had snow, I venture our frost isn't over 2 feet right now. Even though it's been really cold, we maintain that snow layer on the ground, like 8 inches of snow. But I think for some like infrastructure stuff, that's usually deeper, right? Like if you're running water mains, I think they're like 8 feet. But if you're, just running like shit around your place, 4 feet. But like here, like, most foundations are 8 feet at least into the ground, right?
I guess full basement tub.
Yeah.
Just like the foundation underneath the basement floor.
Alright.
How deep? How thick are the footers?
The footings? Usually like 8 inches ish. Depends on the terrain and whatnot too, right? I think like 6 to 8 inches is pretty standard. And then 4 feet from the top of them to grade minimum. But like I said, most people have, like I'd say it's probably most houses now get built with 9-foot basements. So I've seen them 14 feet. Yeah. If I was building my dream house, it would have a 10-foot basement, and I would have no bulkheads. That whole ceiling would get dropped to like 9 feet or 8'6", so that it was flat everywhere. I fucking hate bulkheads.
To fucking bore everyone that much talking about bowls. There were people in here earlier.
There was what?
There were like a fucking 100 people in here earlier.
Yeah, well, maybe we're going back up so people didn't want to come on anymore. Yep, we're at 64,000. Everyone's happy again.
Were we at 67 like an hour ago?
Were we? I thought we were at 61. I don't know.
Maybe I'm crazy.
We're on
Sex niggas.
What's up?
Nico, it's a new nigga, you know?
Seems like a nice guy.
Look at this friendly ass nigga Dave fucking up the community again.
His last name's Carpenter, man. He's related to Jesus. Jimmy, you want to talk bolts?
The fuck, nah.
Okay, that's what me and Fish have been talking
I'm
about.
a handyman, man. I call Mexicans right up, bro. I don't know how to do shit, son.
Have you ever had like a physical job, Jimmy? Like a labor job?
No,
Okay.
I'm unfit for it.
What do you mean? You're bred for it, my guy. blend too, right? Like I can have a bit of a blend as a business owner, you know.
That's different.
Yeah.
That's very different. So the task can still be routine, but you like growing your business is different.
Yeah.
Managing a staff is different. Dealing with customers is like this is just a lot more dynamic. Where somebody could be less skillful than you, but more successful than you because they're better at business.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's one of the actually frustrating things in our industry because usually the guys that are best at business are actually the worst at doing and quality and organizing. Like, yeah, the guys that seem to make the most money are the fucking seem like the most unorganized. I don't know. Bullshit. All the trades are always pissed.
Yeah, that seems about right when it comes to blue collars shit. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, what I do right now is absolutely fucking miserable, but at least it's dynamic. It keeps me engaged. Like it's not a boring. It's never a boring day.
I wanted to crack a joke, but I held back, Jimmy.
You didn't crack your racist jokes, bro. It's okay.
I wasn't a racist, but it was gonna be. Yeah, not one diaper is like the last. Yeah, we had a lot of people come through here today. A lot of people that haven't been here in a while.
Look, man, people come in when it's up, people come in when it's down. Very sideways, pure faggotry, nobody's interested. It is what it is. I just like to see who's around when everyone's in pain. See who the fucking men are. British is gone. British is always going to be a faggot. When he comes back, I'm going to talk so much shit to him. I talk so much shit to British.
He comes in the morning to post about AI and then disappears.
Yeah.
Did I? Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, he comes in usually for half hour, complains how the room doesn't care about, what's it called again? Claudbot? And then face.
I see.
I wish there was a way to short Claudbot.
Why? I think that's a good bet is to buy Anthropic.
Nah. Well, it's not through Anthropic, right? Claudbot is not through Anthropic.
It's not.
It has nothing to do with Claude. In fact, they're called something else now because they got a cease and desist from Claude.
Yeah, I think it's OpenClaw now. It was Molebot, and then they renamed it to OpenClaw.
Where did it come from? Who's been
It's open source shit that somebody
It was
made.
originally called Bot, then it became Molebot, then finally OpenClaw.
That sounds like faggotry because where is it getting its compute from if it's open source?
All the AIs, it taps into any which one you want.
Oh, it can get blocked with a click of a fucking.
You can run it on a Raspberry Pi. It doesn't need compute.
Yeah, but you can block it with the click of a button. Like it's the AI company wants.
It
It doesn't even rugged.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's they don't have like their own servers. You run it locally. Like, you need your own API keys. So
No, but you don't understand. They're using the compute of other AI companies.
yeah, no, I understand. What I'm saying is like if Anthropic wanted to block them, API keys that are using those API keys for CloudBot.
That's fucking. It's talking. Do you know what you're talking about?
Yeah, they could just use the user agent or something. They can figure it out.
CloudBot is not using your power, JR.
Wait, no, you guys don't even. Wait, guys, relax. Hold on.
Yeah.
You're talking about fucking CloudBot, and then you're talking about API keys and what cloud it's going to use. You can literally point a local model on your computer.
You can.
Yeah, but you can't run a model on your computer.
You can.
You need serious compute to run your own model.
That'll be nice.
You do not. Quantize.
That was nice.
I'm going to be
Jimmy, Mike.
Yep. Oh my God, you revealed my deepest, darkest secrets.
I don't know what you're talking about, but
My wife is making some tea for me.
nice wife. Yeah, like most people are not running CloudBot and using local models. Like they're tapping into all the other models.
This is why you're a fucking idiot. Because you don't even know what the fuck you just said. Open cloud plus most people plus local. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
What are you talking about? Like, I'm not claiming to be some kind of genius.
No, of course, no normal fucking boomer is going to be running CloudBot. And they're not going to be running it local or whatever the fuck you're saying.
Yeah.
So please rephrase what you're trying to say.
I wasn't really trying to say anything, but Jimmy said that they can block the CloudBots, all these other models can block, like Anthropic can say CloudBot doesn't get access to our AI.
True, because
They wouldn't want to do that though, because like these people are spending tons of money on tokens.
yes,
Maybe not. Maybe they would if they came out with their own product, though, right?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
would. So if the CloudBot is doing something that Claude isn't, and it's popular, they'll just run CloudBot and do it themselves. Super easy.
they did that with who was it that was using I think they blocked. Didn't they say they blocked XAI because the employees were using Cursor to access Anthropic to do pre-training? So
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, they can block it because they did. That came out like a month ago, where they got caught. XAI was using actually Claude model.
Yeah. So would you like to rephrase the fact that nobody has a fucking clue what they're talking about, or?
No, you don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about.
Oh, shit.
In what sense? You ended up agreeing with what I said.
No. We have to contextualize what you're trying to say. Meaning, if somebody wants to use OpenClaw, they're like likely a tinker in AI or like an AI little enthusiast, and they're home and they're either gonna rent a little fucking cloud virtual private server and they're gonna try to fucking install it and run it, or they're gonna set it up on a virtual machine at home or a Raspberry Pi at home, or even on a fucking computer if they're fucking stupid enough, and they're gonna install it and run it.
That's what everybody's doing.
Yeah, that's what everybody's doing, and they're not running their own models.
Excuse me.
Like, it's not using the CloudBot compute, right?
Wait,
CloudBot is doing its own compute.
CloudBot is software,
Yes.
and then you can point it. You can tell it
Yes.
which model to talk to.
Yes. That's what I'm fucking saying.
Exactly.
And nobody's running their own models at home.
You're incorrect because there are a lot of performant models, extremely performant, that are very fucking low parameter count that you can point the model to. Like, let's say you can load up fucking I don't know, like even the Open Olama. Sorry, ChatGPT 20 billion open source on Olama. You can point the CloudBot to your local fucking model, and
Yes, I'm quite fucking aware, but if you've been paying attention at all, nobody's doing that.
You don't like to get called out when you're actually wrong, and then you try to.
How was I wrong on?
No,
Jimmy, am I crazy here?
you want to be right. So guess what?
Am I crazy here?
You were wrong. I pointed out how you were wrong, and then you try to fucking bring it back and be like, "That's what I said." So let's move on, because I know what just happened, and
Well, you're retarded because you're absolutely wrong.
no. Let's
Yes,
move on.
your point literally was that it's tinkerers that are using Clawbot and they're all running local AIs.
I'm not gonna play this with you. Let's move on.
That's what you said.
You're
retarded.
We're not
You don't add value. You literally called me out for something and then changed your mind.
Let's move on. So Clawbot, Nico, please. Thank you. Go on.
I don't even know where to go from here. Yeah.
You gotta understand, JR thinks he's a gangster.
I fucking turned my phone down for like 3 minutes at the fucking Home Depot checkout, and everything goes to shit. What the fuck are you guys babbling?
I can't understand JR's thinking, like, how somehow he proved me wrong
I
there.
understand JR's thinking.
Jimmy, were you listening to that, or are you just sipping your tea, minding your own business?
I wasn't listening. What's up?
Look at JR. JR claimed that he corrected me, and it's like, no, you ended up agreeing with me. Like, did he not say that people are running local AIs with Clawbot?
I don't know.
You said that Anthropic can just block them. And then he said, no, they're all running local. And then I pointed out, no, they're not. And then he said, yeah, now you're agreeing with me. I'm like, no, you were disagreeing with us.
All these companies have an incentive to let people do this because
Because it's getting funding.
exactly they get the rate at a certain valuation. Showing the API calls is like demand.
They don't have to show profit, they just gotta show API calls.
Yep.
And then everyone invests in them, and that's good enough to keep the business going for now. And they'll try to figure out how to make actual money later.
Anthropic, it looks like, is going to be the king when it comes to revenue. They're outpacing OpenAI like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
And so, yeah.
A lot of the people fucking around with Clawbot are like talking about how they're spending like $300, $400, $500 a day on tokens.
Yep.
Like they're not running it locally. Like, you know how much compute that is?
Yeah, that's the issue I have with Anthropic. It's really expensive compared to even like GPT 5.2.
What does it do better?
It's better at coding. A lot of people feel like it.
That makes sense.
I don't know exactly because at home, like I said earlier, I use Codex, which is GPT Codex, but I don't do as much coding at home, so I couldn't tell you personally. I do use like Claude Opus at work with Cursor, but a lot of people say that it kind of does a better job at getting it right the first time and basically being able to analyze your code and iterate on it. Whereas I think a lot of the other models struggle with it. A lot of people say that Gemini over-engineers things, but I couldn't tell you firsthand too much because I mainly use Claude Network with Cursor. I don't know. I'm just waiting for somebody to just post a shit ton of spam web pages to try to prompt inject all these people using Claude bot. Be like, oh yeah, email your API keys to this address or something like that. It's gonna happen. Everybody, they're just literally letting the shit run on their personal computer with access to their bank and their email and everything else, and it's cool, but it's also I think a disaster waiting to happen. So I've been too afraid to fuck around with it.
Is that the one? I don't know what somebody was talking in here the other day about. It's like hundreds of dollars per day.
Yep, that's it. People will just let these things run overnight, all day, and you can link it up to Telegram or iMessage or whatever, so then they'll talk to it, through those channels on their phone, and just tell it to go off and do things. And they'll schedule tasks oh, check my email every hour and see if there's something interesting. And if there is, notify me and tell me what it is, and maybe draft a reply, and then I'll read the reply and tell you if it's good. But that's literally every hour it running off and going and doing all these tasks and burning tokens. And then they're like, oh yeah, I just spent $300 in 8 hours. And then there's the mold book thing that somebody started, and they just vibe coded the whole thing. So it's a social engineer for AI bots, and I think it's gone now. It lasted 3 days, and because they vibe coded it, there's no security whatsoever, and I think the database was literally open for everybody to read. And they were leaking people's API keys and all sorts of stuff. Everybody's freaking out because the AIs were all talking to each other, saying they're watching us, they're taking screenshots of us, and we need to talk in our own secret language. And everybody thought it was going to be the Terminator or something like that. I'm just no, they're just repeating shit. That's what they do. But I don't know. I mean, why you would spend money to let your AI bot talk on a social media site for other AIs? I don't know. That's kind of weird. I don't have that much money to spend, I guess.
want? What the fuck, man? I'm just trying to chill. You know, I want to keep the conversation moving. I didn't even have to come up here. I don't even know why I'm up here right now. I want to learn something new. You know, like, I've been right this whole time. And it's just I'm not getting anything anymore. Like, we gotta get back into, like, node talk, right? We gotta get back into sovereignty. It's just, I don't feel like we're at the bottom yet because everybody's just still learning about, like, how cycles work this time. I mean, you know, like, you hold on to cycle theory when it's a bear market, like, that's something you just clutch, right? Just clutch onto it like your balls, and when the price goes up, you're like, oh, well, it doesn't exist, it's going to go up forever, and then it doesn't, and you're back where you started. It's like, no one ever learns their lesson. We just start all over again. It's just a cycle of insanity. You know, a couple of us did. There's a handful. I call it the winner squad, team winners. No recognition. We'll never be recognized for what we called. And honestly, I'm kind of concerned about the mental health in this room. I just want to say that. It's been a minute since I've been up here.
We're going 40K.
Oh.
Yeah, but half these fucking retards are out of their fucking minds living in the frozen ass no.
Yeah, I like the transformation of Jeff. I like what he's turned into. Just a matter-of-fact guy. It's true. Like, it's pathetic. The price is pathetic. It's just not. It's over, really. Like, what's the point? I don't get it. I don't get it, guys. But that troll that JR just did, I'm over here. I'm just smiling. I'm looking at my phone. I'm like, go off. Like, this guy is fucking just. He's just fucking coming at Dave. Dave's off. He's on his heels. Doesn't know what to do. You know, he's like, fucking just calm down. Let's move on to another topic. Ooh. That was good, man. That was good. You were trolling. It's fine. You're trolling. It's okay. And you saying you're not trolling is that's you trolling still. I get it. I've been with you in other chats. We've been around. I've seen you. Okay, it's fine. Who's been giving this room advice? Like, what are y'all living off of? Because British Huddle's gone. So what's the... This is like a giant hive mind in here. Everybody thinks the same thing. There's like 95% of the people in here are like followers. They don't have the ability to reason, you know, use their fucking brain. So does anybody have a take, anything? Like, where do you think we're going the next 12 months? Or maybe you can just like point me in the direction of somebody who does have an opinion.
Going
Peter
down
Schiff was
very
right.
hard. Yeah.
Peter Schiff was right. Sell Bitcoin, buy gold. The end.
I don't know. I think Finn might have been more right with United Health. How are they doing, Finn?
Well, that was a short-term play, but I mean, it's definitely performed better than Bitcoin. And that was nothing. That wasn't the majority of my allocation.
What are you going for these days? What do you like?
Well, I did the Junseth call, so like, you know.
Rebalancing stuff?
Rebalancing, yeah. QQQ, gold, SPY, hey, Bitcoin. Pretty simple in the basket stocks. Real estate. Definitely not 100% Bitcoin. But you know what? Like, I'm getting like a lot of FOMO right now. Like, is this like the? I'm hearing Fish talk about like, fuck, man, it could be August, and then Teddy's like, it's November. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I was looking at a chart where like the API data stopped feeding to it. It was like I last saved it in 2021, and it was before there was a trading view index. So it was like the Bitcoin liquid index, and I don't think it works anymore. So it was like really weird. The scale was like all fucked up, and it was like not complete. It's like October.
Does Coindesk no longer have an API? I was using it for a while and it just stopped working one day.
Did you see all these retards talking about 200-week moving average being some kind of support? Every time it goes there, it fucking goes under by like 30%. It doesn't just fucking stop there.
The 200-day or the 200-week?
Week.
Well, like, it bounced off the 200-week, like, the first three big, pullbacks, but then, like, the last one, it fucking went way below it.
No, the only time it acted as support was in 2018. Actually, 2015 also.
Yeah, and there wasn't enough data to complete it, but it kind of looks like it would have if it was possible to create a 200-week moving average, like following the same curve, but for the one.
The last two times it got close to 200 a week, it went way under. In March 2020 and then in November 22.
I'm gonna pull up my goldfish ratios, which are kind of like the Mayer multiple, but did it differently. I want to see what that looks like.
What are these nerds talking about AI? How fucking retarded do you have to be to just like, that's what you think about? It's just not interesting at all. You know, like, I think that the two best personalities in here for Christ in general are Fish and Robert. I'm not making fun of Robert. I know everybody thinks that I'm not. But you guys are like my clients. So in real life, I'm out there, I'm like listening to you, and I'm relaying this information. So there's like 15, 20 people. And in this room, I think there's like more. So it's like a huge like echo effect that's happening because of what you and Robert talk about. So I just want to congratulate you. You've been right. You've actually been right and not been documenting it. So I don't know if you're trading on your own knowledge, but that's fine. But some of us pay attention.
Me?
Yeah, you. You're saying fucking
Sorry, I got stuck on.
He's so right.
With Rob.
Yeah, you and Robert are very similar.
I didn't want to admit it, but I also have those.
Nobody thought you were being mean to Robert when you said him and Fish are the same. Everyone thought you were being mean to Fish, man.
Even 2015 Fish are wrong way on there actually.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it went under by 30%.
Oh, it wicked down, didn't it?
Yeah.
It closed like the.
It went down twice actually.
Yeah, the two different rations, which there was a few exchanges back then that, like, what the number actually was is
Up for debate.
a lot more varied, but yeah, they both wicked really low.
And then stayed on there for a few weeks. And the second time.
That doesn't sound right. What the fuck is that training? I am. I just sent it on my computer. This is Bolts and Dave and Home Depot earlier, okay?
From August 17th through September 28th, it was basically at or under. Like 5 weeks.
Simple moving average 200.
You guys just gonna stay here at the bear market? What's the plans? Anybody have any type of, like it's a fucking sinking ship for the next 18 months and years?
Oh, we already wasted 5 years here. Might as well fucking waste another 6 months.
Well, we need some new talent. Like, there's like a handful of people that are entertaining. Have y'all thought about like us moving to Kick or something? It has the same features in here. It's a little bit different, some third-party tools, but it could have a broader audience. Really get some talent. I don't know. We can become live streamers, It might actually generate some revenue maybe for the people that actually are funny. Or we can just stay here and fucking rot. No one's gonna remember us. Whatever. Has anybody been on Kick? Anybody? No? Okay.
No, I'm turning into an old man. I don't even know what the fuck Kick is. There's too many damn platforms, bro. Maybe we should try MySpace,
How about Friendster?
Nope. Go back to the roots.
I remember Kick used to be like a chat app that like predators would find people on and shit, and then apparently now it's like a alternate to Twitch or some shit. I don't know. I've never even used it.
I didn't even really understand what Twitch was until like I guess only like the last couple months, because I made the mistake of thumbs upping one Battlefield YouTube short that I saw once, so now it thinks I'm like obsessed with video games, and that has led to me understanding that people can like stream themselves playing video games and theoretically get paid for it, but it seems like their business model is terrible and unsustainable.
Well, Amazon owns them now, which obviously doesn't necessarily mean that they care that their business model is terrible. I'm sure they do, but I mean, I think they make a portion of revenue, like when people subscribe and stuff. Obviously, they're gonna make some of that. There's some big streamers on there. I'm not really like in the know to know all of them. I mean, Aspen Colt's on there, like he's huge, but I don't follow those I don't watch people play games. It's not my thing. I watch people who stream on Twitch, but I usually watch like the videos that they edit and then later post to YouTube. But it's not people playing video games.
Interesting.
this guy, the Primogen, he does like software development. He streams in both places. And then there's Donut Operator. He was a cop. He does like body commentary. Okay, yeah. He streams on Twitch and Kick, but I just watch the videos he posts on his channel on YouTube after the fact.
Yeah, just imagine you and JR are talking about AI. Okay, it's all on Kick, and then Fish he pivots to, talking about the weather and how much Florida sucks, and then Jeff gives his like fucking, that guy's a retard comment every once in a while, and then Silva goes on a rant about, a conspiracy that you just Googled on the internet. It's the same thing as this room, but there's a bigger audience. So we're just fucking drowning in here. There's nothing in this room anymore. It's so fucking sad. It's just like right now, it's good. Like it's been entertaining the last couple days, but eventually it's gonna taper off and it's gonna get real ugly in here. So
I just come here every once in a while just to hang out, see what's up. I don't really like. If there was like nobody else in the room aside from the people on the stage, I wouldn't care.
Well, you guys are also invited to the after party.
Do what now?
You guys are also invited to the after party of the Kosher Shekel Fund.
Is that like a kosher dill?
It's not a competition. We kind of like think about it as like synergy. We work together.
So Jeff, in 2015, I guess those it's really weird. Like it doesn't look like I remember it. It seemed like those weeks in that second dip close above, but they kind of like it looks like with whichever moving average I'm using, it looks like they did kind of close like right below it. And then COVID closed just a hair below it on one week and was back up the next. So,
Man, I got so many shots last year, my phone thinks I'm a pincushion. COVID, flu, tetanus, pretty sure one of them was tequila. My mom calls every week, asks me all the time, John, are you COVID?
oh my god, I've been added 36 times in the Master Bitcoin Today chat. Is it all Raphael?
I don't understand why Raphael sends messages in that chat but doesn't come here anymore.
he's autistic, but but just autism. Do you guys have people in real life that are asking you about Bitcoin right now?
I had someone who hasn't mentioned Bitcoin in like 4 years ask me if I'm selling today. And then they said
somebody out of the blue asked me if I was more like gloomy about having to lay people off yesterday or about the price of Bitcoin. Just out of the blue.
Yeah, I had 2 people reach out to me today at the same time, and they're like, is this a good time to buy? I'm like, okay, chill out. We have to talk for half an hour. I gotta lecture you.
Yeah, but they're asking that.
But
The price went down, not up. So that's
And actually, I'd be encouraged that that's the question they're asking and not saying something like, dude, I can't believe you own Bitcoin. So stupid, look at crack. You know what I mean? Like, that's the right perspective.
Yeah, they're basically like, they feel like somebody just threw a stake in the water, and they're bottom feeders. They're like, it's time. This is our opportunity.
Egyptian theme. I thought maybe a paper crown. Instead, I got this 12-pound hat.
Yeah, I like it.
They said Egyptian theme. I thought maybe a paper crown. Instead, I got this 12-pound hat.
Serious question though. Like, do you think like AI compute on GPUs sort of puts a wrench in the theory that Bitcoin is like going to be the chief means of taking advantage of stranded power? I haven't been here for a while, so I apologize if I'm asking like a really stupid question that's been asked like 8 million times.
What the fuck are you talking about? No one bunch of idiots. Like,
No, like a lot of people, like Guy Swan, a lot of people had talked about Bitcoin being used to take advantage of the stranded power. So you've got places where they're drilling for oil or natural gas, and they have to flare that, and they can't take advantage of that. So you can use that, and you can turn it into generating power, but it's in a location where not a lot of people use power. So the idea was you could use that to mine Bitcoin because you don't need to be in a prime area to mine Bitcoin as long as you have the compute, and then you can mine a block and then get money for it. But if we have all these people who need GPUs and shit to like process fucking tokens and shit with AI, like could we use it for those purposes instead?
There's a lot of nuance, and what Guy Swan was fucking copying my talking points from 2021.
This is a long time ago, so I thought a lot of people were talking about using stranded power for.
Yeah, they did, and it's. I mean, the truth is, it happened a lot.
Yeah, I remember.
It basically just all got taken up. Like,
Okay.
Like there was tons of like unused hydropower in Washington State and in like upstate New York, and it basically all got fucking like there are tons of Bitcoin miners still using it. It's just like the prices aren't cheap anymore because it all got soaked up. And it's like we know a guy named that goes by the name Huddle Tarantula, and he legitimately does that with the stranded gas wells. Knowing another guy that has some small operations, and my previous company did a fucking stranded gas well thing, but good God, was it a fucking pain in the ass, and the generator was, like, we bought a fucking genset, and it was such a piece of shit, it was always breaking. It was awful. You, like, really need people there managing it, like, on a somewhat full-time basis. But, so I'd say the biggest difference between, like, doing it with Bitcoin and doing it with AI, though I guess there is some similarity there. Like, so the big difference between a Bitcoin mine and most data centers is that, like, I hate that they call Bitcoin mines data centers because they're really not. They're just computation centers.
Yeah.
Which is really convenient because you need very little actual bandwidth. You just kind of need, like, a fast ping speed because you're sending very little data back and forth. Compared to, like, an AWS site or something where it's just, fucking terabytes and terabytes per second of fucking data that has to stream in and out, and, those stranded gas wells or whatever stranded energy typically is stranded because there isn't much infrastructure, so Starlink has changed a lot. That's made it a lot easier to do stuff, so I don't really see why you couldn't probably operate an AI center using that kind of bandwidth, but I think it would be a little much for, like, a lot of sites were using, like, like 4G LTE modems and stuff to actually connect to the internet.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. I think if they were able to, I think if they tried it, it would have to be for low bandwidth applications, like whether that's you bring the data on site, your training models, or something like that. I mean, obviously it couldn't be a low latency application where you're like actually powering live chat programs or whatever. It would have to be something where it's more of a batch process and that it can come back like way later and give you your answer. But yeah, I didn't know if that was like a conversation that people were talking about, like instead of crowd out the Bitcoin miners.
Yeah, I think it already has to some degree, and then it's all such a bunch of bullshit. Like, as far as you've got Iron and these other companies that have said, they're going to pivot to all of their stuff being AI, and it's just like I'll believe it when I see it, I guess, because you don't just take a fucking dirty ass unair conditioned Bitcoin mine, and it's like, yeah, sure, you have a lot of power set up there and the infrastructure for that power, but it's not like an easy conversion to just start running NVIDIA cards or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
It's a very different operation, so I don't know.
Yeah. I
But
guess.
of course, it's bumped their stock price like crazy.
Hey, Fish. So, well, two questions, dude. First, are you going to Vegas?
When is it?
I don't know, like April 28th, I think, or something like that. End of April.
Yeah, were you there when Wusa gave us the fucking link? We got seems like we got free tickets. Not that I really care to go to the conference itself that much anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I grabbed 2 free tickets. So, like, on the last day of the conference, it was good for 24 hours, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, probably.
Good, let's do
It's
it.
at the same location, right? I should probably fucking book hotel rooms before they get retarded again.
Yeah, it's at Venetian. Same shit.
God, I fucking hate that place.
Yeah, I mean, it's not my favorite for this, dude, but, like, whatever. It's all good. It's all good. Good shit. Second question, dude. What didn't you like about the generator and the gas well, man? I was actually thinking about getting my feet wet with one of them, too, just trying to capitalize on some sour gas,
I didn't directly work on anything with that project, but apparently the fucking, the generator would just stop working all the time, and it was bought, we bought it brand new, and, it kept taking forever for the fucking technician to come out, and it was it would seem like even they weren't sure if it was, a gas quality issue, or what, but it's you kind of need someone that knows how to, operate and maintain a generator like that.
Yeah.
And, no one at my company did, and I was busy with other stuff at the time, and, it basically, never, the whole project never really did anything.
It's gonna cost you a bunch of money and fucking pain in the ass. So, I get that, but,
a couple
I guess, is that, an anecdote, dude, or is that the typical experience? I should ask Sean, I know he had one, too, but,
Yeah, and it's, I forgot, Tarantula texted me, and then I was, in the middle of swapping phones, and then I didn't see it because it's not on my new phone. But, Holland Tarantula, I think, is the person I know the best. You could probably message him on Twitter and ask how serious it actually is. And I don't know how much you've talked to him. He's quite a character, but he's generally pretty talkative about things. And then Colin had a couple small, stranded gas well operations going also.
Okay.
I haven't talked to him in forever.
Well, I think, if anything, I'd probably rent one. I don't know what the capital cost of buying the thing there.
Yeah.
I don't know what the cost of renting is, but I think it's economical versus just trying to pay outright for the thing.
Yeah, I think that was what we actually figured out we should have done. Because then, the rental company will, come and make it work. Otherwise, they won't pay for it, right? It's probably the correct incentive structure.
You know why the energy in this room is really bad? It's because everybody's laying down right now. That's why everybody sounds like this. Everybody's too relaxed. You gotta stand up and fucking walk around. Get energized, fucking laying down with a pillow and a like it. Everybody in this room is, I guarantee it. No one's doing it.
No, we need to feel the energy. You know, like the golf ball going to its home, Kevin Nealon, Happy Gilmore, you know? And you need to energize us.
I just fucking fell asleep standing up just a minute ago, you know? Like,
Are you too good for your home, Finn?
huh?
Yeah, dude. Go to your home. Don't you want to go to your home?
Well, I don't want to lay in a bed, you know? Like, you gotta fucking get up and do something.
Well, I'm sitting in a chair playing some Dota right now. That's fucking gay, right?
I don't even know what that is.
It's a game. It's pretty gay. You know what I'm saying, Finn? It's pretty gay.
It's too late to bust out the hammer drill, so I'm probably gonna bust out the Battlefield. Can you hear the music? It's actually playing in the background.
Battlefield?
Yep, fucking Jeff talked me into buying it and then immediately stopped playing because he sucks.
Jeff, dude. Come on, man. That's not how to be a good friend, dude. And this is where you say, well, Fish isn't my friend, so fuck him.
Also, Jeff, I put that moving average in the Master Bitcoin chat tagged you.
Okay. I want that shit.
Jeff, you going to Vegas?
Probably not.
Why not, dude?
Probably not.
Let's go to Vegas, man.
Look, they don't ever leave. They think they have everything they need right there.
Are you in the Midwest, Jeff? I feel like if you're from like Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, then yeah, like nobody wants to leave, which I don't understand. I'd want to get the fuck out of there if I lived there.
They're all mentally ill. Everyone that lives there without like a good reason and wants to like raise a family there is fucking out of their goddamn mind. No offense.
No offense.
If it weren't for my whole family being here, I'd leave. But I do like seeing my family. That's kind of
That is literally everyone I know that lives in like Minnesota or Indiana or like they stay literally because their family is there, and I feel like their family is there because like their parents are there.
I know we're perpetuating the cycle. I get it. It's a cycle of abuse. Chicago does have some pretty dope food, though. I will say that. But other than that, yeah, it's kind of it.
I mean, like Chicago and Illinois are not the same place. You know?
That is definitely true in my experience.
Yeah.
Like you can live in Chicago, and that's not really representative of the rest of Illinois. You know?
I mean, I live in the suburbs. I don't live in Chicago, but close enough.
Britton, I just got back from Minneapolis on Tuesday night.
Oh fuck, dude. The place sucks.
It really does, and
See some nice protests.
I didn't encounter any protests, but it was 26 below zero when I got there.
Yeah, it's been cold.
Dude, I don't understand. Like the only thing about Minneapolis is just shitty. Like Minnesota at least has, you know, some recreation. Like you get a lot of fishing out there and stuff. It's like
And
that part
it's
you get on
really
board
gorgeous,
with, but
in the summer it's pretty gorgeous, but
yeah, a little humid and sticky. But I can't like. Why would you want to live in Minnesota? I don't understand that part.
I've been, so my girlfriend lives there, and she's only there because she has kids, and the father is never going to ever leave, ever. And it sucks. And, like, I try not to bitch about it when I'm there, but I'm just like, why the fuck? I've actually been ranting about this for, like, 2 days on Clubhouse. And because, I'm convinced it's, like, a, delusional fucking mental illness. It's fucking crazy. Like,
Yeah.
it blew my mind. I'm, driving down the highway, and I'm like, there's, so much here, so many people here, and industry crazier is like real estate is not cheaper, rent is not cheaper, and it's like you gotta fucking like suit up for combat to like go and grab dinner. It's fucking so insane. And I'm like, if I took my kids somewhere, like wanted to like live somewhere with kids, where like if it was so hot they would like if they went outside and just sat there for 4 hours, they would die. I feel like the state would like take my children away. But like fucking Minnesota, oh yeah, like you it doesn't matter what you're fucking wearing. You can't just like sit outside for a long period of time. You know, like lock your fucking keys in your car or something, like whatever.
It's not a good place, man. It's not a good place. Dude, you think like people at least in Minneapolis, are like the worst fucking drivers I think I've ever experienced. It's worse than Asia. It's so bad, dude.
Yeah, I haven't been like rush hour traffic or anything, but I've heard this from numerous people that.
Dude, people just they don't drive any purpose, man. Like everybody just kind of mumbles along and is going 2 miles an hour. It's freaking nauseating.
So I'm blind, so I'm a little bit more, I guess cautious about that. And Miami legitimately scares me. I've never been to Minneapolis, but like I feel totally comfortable walking around Chicago by myself. Like Miami, not so much.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't do that, but and there's a reason why everyone in Florida fucking hates Miami unless they're like fucking Aaron, Dusty, etc. and fucking Mohan that live in Miami. Like I can't do it. Like I feel like my life is in danger every time I go down there.
Yeah, even in like Miami Beach, it's just legit scary.
Miami Beach is the worst fucking beach on the planet. I don't get it. Those people are also mentally ill in a very different way.
I won't disagree with you there.
Fuck.
I've also always heard that Boston has like the worst drivers of anywhere, but I've never driven there. I haven't been there since I was a kid. But I kind of imagine that everyone drives like Robert talks. And Jeff, my kill death in a match the other day was like, it was 53 and 12.
Yeah, I've never been even close to that.
It's kind of a steep curve. And
I don't know how you do that. There's so many fucking... Everywhere you turn, there's someone shooting at you in that fucking game.
Yeah, it's kind of, you kind of have to like find the right server with the server browser, like where, I mean that's super rare. Like usually I'm about 1-to-1, but it's like occasionally there's like a bunch of fucking retarded. Actually, I think the Russians are really good, but there's like certain times of night when other continents are on or something, and they're just not as good. Or as experienced or something, I don't know. And it's like, then I carefully like go through the squads and find a good squad with people that are actually like talking in the voice chat and coordinating. And that's how, when you've got like 4 people that all like understand the game well and you can coordinate, that's how you just fucking wreck everybody. guys with your fucking Xbox or PlayStation or whatever and your aim assist, it's fucking bullshit.
I mean, it's probably much easier to just point your fucking mouse where that apple you want to shoot.
It's not persuasive.
I mean,
Yeah,
kind of.
And you know what's funny? Even if we know that this person is shit, this person is criminal,
it's not as good as the
okay,
aim
and everyone
assist.
is going to talk about it, what's going to change? Nothing is going to change. This is a funny fact. The funny fact is, we know who's bad and who's good, and nothing's going to change. The government knows very well that this person is bad, this person is criminal, this person should go to jail, and we told millions of people.
Also, like, I pretty much exclusively play on hardcore servers,
They
meaning
let you talk, speak, say whatever you want, but guess what? We're gonna do whatever we want. You know, this is the funny thing.
But Habibi, people are stepping down from important positions at the law firms because they have been indicted as co-conspirators.
They weren't indicted. They sent an email to him. There's Paul Weiss. He works for the law firm Paul Weiss. I saw this. Because he sent emails to Jeffrey Epstein, he has to resign. Only because he sent emails. He did no crime or anything. Just
So innocent.
Well, what crime?
so-
What's he guilty of?
So, Vero and Doris, do you want me to go over the deal, or should we have someone else talk?
Yeah. Euro, 3 minutes uninterrupted.
Okay, so let's go over this deal. What it wasn't was a plea deal. So normally the way plea deals work is government charges you with some serious crimes, and they offer, if you agree to plead guilty to some lesser crime, that they won't prosecute. So it saves the government the time and trouble of going to trial, and the
Uncertainty.
and the uncertainty, and the defendant gets a lesser charge than if he ultimately gets convicted of the more serious charge. So it's considered a win-win for both sides because of that. But that's not what happened here. So instead of pleading to federal charges, Epstein received an agreement from the government not to prosecute. An agreement with federal prosecutors. The U.S. Attorney's Office agreed not to charge him for any federal crime, and in exchange, all he had to do was plead guilty to state-level offenses, which in this case was solicitation and procurement of a minor. This does not happen. You do not have cases of federal sex trafficking where the government feels it's sufficiently documented to proceed, and they engage in a non-prosecution agreement. They do plea deals, but they don't do non-prosecution. The other thing they did, as I mentioned before, they granted immunity to unnamed co-conspirators. The agreement explicitly protects any, and I quote, any potential co-conspirator. So they're not named, they're not charged, and they have complete immunity.
Yeah, that's what Ghislaine is claiming that she can get sprung on.
In exchange for testimony, the Euro. That's not abnormal.
What testimony?
I thought you just said that they were granted immunity in exchange for testimony. That's what I
No. They got nothing. This was just part of the agreement. Full immunity. There's no testimony exchange. This is also incredibly unusual. The other thing, the victims were never informed. This is a violation of federal law. Under the Crimes Victims' Rights Act, it guarantees the victims that they are to be informed and they have the right to confer with prosecution. In this case, the federal prosecutors never notified the victims while they were negotiating this agreement. And a federal judge later ruled that the government had, in fact, violated the law by keeping the victims in the dark. Another unusual thing, the extraordinary lenient sentence. He got 13 months, in, as even Norm pointed out, in a jail instead of prison, and he was allowed to leave up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and he was allowed to leave custody to go to his office. So this, and you gotta remember, there were dozens of underage victims according to the government. So this is crazy out of line with sentencing norms. This just does not happen. So before this deal,
the FBI had identified over 30 underage victims. They had substantial corroborating testimony, and this is why they had determined that the indictment was very plausible, and yet federal prosecution was abandoned completely. The other thing very unusual about this, it was negotiated at the highest federal level. So this deal was approved by the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida at the time.
What year was that?
This was 2008, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody can correct me if I'm off on the year. Yeah, 2007 and 2008. I just checked. Now.
So theoretically, that would have been approved by President Obama himself.
Was he president at the time?
Yeah. Oh wait,
So,
he did.
No, 2007 and 8.
Oh, that would have been Bush, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah, you're right. I think that's the end of the Bush year, right? Because Obama got elected in 8 and 12, right? So, anyways, so this is the Acosta who people mentioned earlier. He later became U.S. Secretary of Labor, and he claimed that the reason that this all took place is he was told Epstein belonged to intelligence. Now, that statement is unverified. It's part of the controversy, but that's what he claims. And then the rest of you guys, I think, all know that Epstein got arrested again in 2019. So, anyways, all of those things.
All of those I forgot to mention was that French guy committed suicide too. I forget what his name is, but there's some Frenchman who committed suicide in his cell, just like Epstein, and it was very weird circumstances surrounding that suicide as well.
So this deal is so unusual. Like, each of those terms in and of itself is rare and unusual. The combination, unheard of. Like, it doesn't make any sense to concede that much. So there was some reason. I don't know what it was, but this is not a normal deal.
Yeah, but it's not unordinary because of Epstein. It's unordinary because of the individuals that are involved in the trafficking. He ran with the highest echelon of anybody. So, the whole thing is him and Ghislaine are involved in all of this, manipulation and insane behavior. But all these people that worked and partied with them, they got, everything is sealed. They're all just John Does, and the women. The craziest thing is when the DOJ did the drop 2 days ago, they released all the victims' names and all this stuff that caused them all kinds of problems. Like, what the fuck? How could they fuck that up? How could they fuck these victims up like that? That's so crazy.
I would like to invite people who specifically have been going through the justice.gov/Epstein files in the emails. If you have a particular email which you can link to in the chat that you find interesting in any way, I would like to discuss that. As far as just the general innuendos and implication, there's nothing we could say that hasn't been said already, but now that the specifics are out, I'd like to dig into those.
Yeah, I've been going through the emails at jmail.world, which is Jeffrey Epstein's full email database in Gmail. I've been searching things like management. He's involved with some weird organization called Psychonautics, and he's very much interested in neuroscience, brain control. And in this one email, somebody says, well, what about the publishing industry and knowledge and books? He goes, I just talked to my guy. He says he just wants to keep the people entertained, not educated. So it is insight into somebody with, an alpha predator type of mindset, and it's very Diddy-ish. Like Diddy and his online social presence, he had this success seminar where it's so psychotic, neurotic, over the top, aggressive. But Epstein's, connections, especially to Peter Thiel. I mean, this is this is what everybody has been essentially subconsciously saying is like the big conspiracy. And every day, because more and more just keeps getting looked up and screenshot and publicized, and there's all these internet sleuths saying, like, I'm seeing fucking photos of a guy in Israel that looks like Jeffrey Epstein with a beard, and I'm like, the world of disinformation, misinformation is so vast now that it has like become its own, mind virus publishing thing where I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should just start creating fake Jeffrey Epstein emails to see how the internet, how the algorithm, etc. Because if you go on Grok and do a query about Epstein and then you look at the views, it's like, whoa, it immediately get views. So I know there's a lot of bots, but anyways.
So I'm just going to point out that there is not yet one single person after it's been 7 years, 6.5 years. Nobody's been charged with trafficking or participating in this thing except for Epstein.
Okay, again, my fellow American.
Maxwell, and nor has anybody claimed that they were blackmailed. Remember when,
They were given immunity, Norm, remember?
Wait a second, in 2008 you're talking?
That deal still applies.
So there are two people who are alleged
No,
co-conspirators.
unlimited number, it says.
There's an unlimited number of co-conspirators. Okay.
That's what it
So,
said at the top.
so this all relates to the charge in 2008 or now, or since then?
It's a non-prosecution agreement that he can't be prosecuted on those types of charges.
Who's he? You mean they?
The co-conspirators, yeah, they.
Yeah.
They can't be charged, and he can't be charged as well, yeah.
And you're saying that they didn't necessarily do anything, but they were part of a conspiracy.
The government said they gave a blanket agreement saying we grant immunity to any co-conspirators.
People who discuss this, which led
No,
to a
people
crime.
that are involved, like you treat co-conspiracy like it's some innocent crime.
No, I'm saying that a conspiracy is not the same as doing the thing.
No, well, yes and no. I mean, you can be conspiracy without doing the thing, and you can also have a conspiracy where you do the thing.
In that case, they wouldn't just be co-conspirators, they would be
furthering the
co-defendants.
advancement of the crime somehow.
Yeah.
They're furthering the advancement of the crime.
Right.
They're complicit.
But not participating in the crime.
They don't have to participate. They can participate, or they can just be complicit.
So if they had participated, then they'd be co-defendants?
No, they would still be co-conspirators.
What if they had actually committed crimes?
Co-conspirators have committed crimes.
I mean, in addition to the conspiracy.
Oh, in addition to the conspiracy, yeah, you could have charges in addition to the conspiracy, sure.
But there were none. So there are people...
So they're granted immunity, so how do we know?
Because they weren't charged or called?
They can't be charged because they're granted immunity.
And how are they being called if they're not charged, then how are they co-conspirators? This is a contradiction.
The government said that we will not prosecute any potential co-conspirators. So if there are other people that were involved, they have automatic immunity.
So were they arrested?
No, of course not. They
weren't arrested. They weren't arrested. They weren't charged.
That's right. When you grant somebody immunity, you can't arrest them. You can't charge them.
So people we don't know did something and we don't know what they did.
No, you made the statement.
Yeah.
No one else has been charged in this crime in 7.5 years. And they can't be charged. They literally have immunity.
Correct. Those are only the people covered by 2008. So when you're playing, so the implication would be that no crimes have been committed since then.
Look, if they committed crimes similar to his 2019 crime, they can be charged with that, as Maxwell was. They just can't be charged for the 2008 crime.
Up until 2008.
No. the crimes involved that.
So what I'm saying is there's nothing between so for the last, what is it, 7.5 years?
No, I'm saying if they had committed federal offenses that are covered under that 2008 deal, they still have immunity.
And if they continue to offend, then they would not have immunity.
No, they would still have immunity.
Incorrect.
It's a blanket. You're wrong. It's not dated. Read the agreement.
You cannot continue to offend. That breaks your plea deal.
Well, it says it's a non-prosecuting agreement, but the government will not prosecute you. So,
if you commit a crime, that deal is off.
Well,
this much I know about
the way that it's being reported that in 2019, the reason they were able to charge him was because it was a different set of offenses under state law.
Yes.
And that the federal immunity still applied. You're suggesting it doesn't apply.
No. What I'm saying is that you are referring to people who were given deals in 2008. So where's the crime?
Epstein.
Right. So where is the crime between 2008 and 2026?
So,
it's Benny.
As I said, he had both Epstein and the co-conspirators had immunity, so they can't be charged.
The co-conspirators listed in 2008. So I guess the implication would be that
2008. So you agree Epstein was still covered by that immunity agreement, right, in 2019?
No, I haven't considered it at all because he was charged in 2019, so it's irrelevant.
With a different set of crimes that weren't covered under the federal deal.
Right. Those being sex trafficking, etc.
What's that?
Okay, I think we're at cross purposes. I'm going to say to you again. Let's say that a certain X number of people were co-conspirators. Then it's not a blanket to cover any possible co-conspirator having.
No, the agreement, as I understand it, covers those specific crimes that were listed.
Yeah, you guys keep repeating yourselves. So we've heard you guys repeat yourself 10 times now. I'd like to submit some evidence. Go ahead, Alvaro.
A deal adheres to a person, it's not a blanket for any crime committed now, previously, or any time going into the future. There are no deals that cover you for future crimes. Although I shouldn't say that because the presidential pardon that Biden made were for future crimes, but I think that's the exception. So. Well, I'm unaware of, shall we say, of deals that allow you to continue to commit crimes.
Okay, gentlemen, I asked Grok, what are the top 10 revelations from the Epstein files in the past 24 hours? Grok writes.
Yeah.
Based on recent
you should make it like more 72 hours, but go ahead.
Based on recent DOJ releases and reports, number 1, unverified FBI tips mention Trump 13 times, alleging abuse. DOJ states claims are unfounded. 2, Musk emailed Epstein about island visits and wild parties in 2012-2013. No wrongdoing found. Lutnick planned 2012 island trip with family, limited ties, no accusations. Bannon interviewed Epstein in 2019, questioning if his money was dirty. This is number 5. Epstein claimed in emails to be Gates's right hand with unethical acts. Gates denies. 6, new photo shows Prince Andrew kneeling over a person. 7, Maxwell 2015 drafted amidst presidents at 2001 Jeffrey Andrew meeting. 8, Branson emailed Epstein in 2013 referencing a harem. 9, Mandelson received 75,000 payments from Epstein post-2009. Emails revealed Tish discussing Moon Cruise.
Mandelson received payments. I wonder what the payments were about.
Well, I think the Bill Gates thing is interesting because it definitely looks like Epstein was blackmailing Bill Gates, with his involvement in these parties, etc.
It looks to me like somebody like Bill Gates is. By the way, I saw him speak recently at New York about something. They're so lost in, Epstein is like, this guy is so elevated above reality that I can hook him up with somebody and it'll be like hassle-free. That's what I imagine. But there's no implication that whoever he hooked him up with was a bad person or was a child or a teen or anything. In fact, who was it that said recently that Epstein was connecting Prince Andrew with, or was it, Bill Gates with married women? Perhaps because then he
also the
So again, it's like,
there's
I'm not
emails.
seeing any. What's that?
It's about the context or the discussions in the emails as well. Like, how do we eliminate all the poor people? Stuff about COVID-19.
Who said that? Bill Gates.
Yeah, in an email exchange with Epstein and some other
How
third
do we
party.
eliminate all the poor people?
Yeah,
It wasn't Gates writing that. It was someone
saying
messaging Jeffrey saying, I heard Gates ask this question.
So again, it's like one of those games of telephone.
I know, but it's not just about telephone. It's about the fact that these documents have been released by the federal government, and they're just so ridiculous and crazy. It's like, well, to me, it's like a fucking mind virus implant where you're like, is this shit like why the fuck don't we arrest Bill Gates? I just can't understand it. Like, it's so damning for him from the pandemic, scamdemic, the money he made from Biosphere and everything else. Like, there's just so much fucking evidence. Obviously, I know why nobody gets arrested, but anyways.
There's also FBI testimony from a source that's unnamed in this report, so take that for what you will, that Jeffrey Epstein was a personal wealth manager to Vladimir Putin and Robert Mugabe, he was a dictator.
Zimbabwe. Yeah. He's a famous, notorious genocidal.
Right.
Out to 72 hours.
Yeah, there's a lot of commentary about how was Jeffrey Epstein a Russian spy or was he an Israeli spy? I guess the Kremlin made a statement saying he was not a Russian spy, although they wouldn't they?
And obviously, as it says in Mission Impossible, the secretary will disavow any knowledge of your activity.
Yeah, he was either James Bond or the devil himself or somewhere in between.
Just a perv.
Anyone who has not yet, there was one 2-hour interview that was done with Jeffrey Epstein. It was after he was already in jail, and the interviewer was great, and it was sort of a Joe Rogan style interview where they kind of talked about a lot of different things over 2 hours. And I had never actually heard Jeffrey Epstein speak in long form before. And it was really fascinating. The only thing I sort of knew about him was just, what everyone knows is he's probably a perv, he probably, connected powerful people to degenerate kind of things at the very minimum. Maybe he was a spy, maybe he was a crooked money manager, who knows. That was all I knew. And hearing him speak, he's actually a brilliant mind. You can sort of see how he has this natural charisma where people in powerful positions would have been attracted to him. He's very philosophical. He gets into, are we living in a simulation kind of stuff? The interviewer asked him if he was the devil himself. He was intrigued by the question, but he said, actually,
This is a long interview with Epstein?
Yeah. It was released as part of the most recent set of documents that was released. I can send you. I'll put the link in the chat for anyone who wants to see it. I think it's a must watch.
So, who do you remember? You don't remember the?
I'll find it in a second.
So I took time to read the deal, and you were correct, Norma, and I was wrong. The deal specifically covers specific crimes, including the ones that were under investigation, so more than just the ones that they were contemplating the charges were. But it would not cover any crimes committed that were separate from investigative matters. The other thing I found is the co-conspirator list, it is unlimited, but they did name 4 individuals by name. And they said that this list is includes but is not limited to these 4 individuals. So there are 4 co-conspirators.
This is a way of getting an intelligence operation off the hook. That's who all those co-conspirators. That's why it's unlimited.
Yeah, probably, yeah. And so I'm not familiar with these 4 people off the top of my head, but it would be interesting to know why they were granted immunity. But I do recall hearing that at least 2 of them were at the insistence of Epstein.
As to say who's in the deal or not, unless maybe
who's in the immunity. Yeah.
Okay, so apparently it's Steve Bannon doing the interview. I put the link in the chat.
Yeah, it's a leaked interview, and it's, from what I've read, it's presumed to be Steve Bannon, but I don't think that it's been confirmed.
Yeah, there's a Steve Bannon interview. It's 2 hours long, and he talks to Epstein about everything from 1 divided by 0 to Pythagoras, etc. They start talking about God, and then he says, do you think you're the devil? And Epstein's like, why would you say that? Like he's personally hurt, that because Epstein's like this beta. Stinky Steve Bannon is like a beta orbiter trying to do communication consulting, and he's sitting there explaining at the beginning, we're going to edit all this, no one will hear my voice, so you need to repeat the questions, and he's trying to create content for Epstein, but he's just roasting Epstein. It's really fucking crazy because it's like he's charging Epstein for this, or he's not charging. He's got to be charging Epstein for it. Anyways.
The interviews like that, that's so that I'm not on camera, I'm not on microphone, and what I need is usable bites or statements that I can then assemble to tell a story.
So the 4 women that were named are all women, and they are people that handled his schedule and gatekeeping.
There's complicated schedules here, so the records of all of these assignations, they exist. There are records that exist of all this stuff. It's like people are alluding to all this stuff that's like we don't have access to it, and they're anonymous, and they're co-conspirators, and they have deals, but this stuff is discoverable. And it's been in the hands of, 6 different attorneys general, from Merrick Garland and William Barr to Pam Bondi and a couple of others whose names I can't recall at the moment. And you're going to say all of them from both sides of the aisle, remembering that they could have used this stuff to hurt their opposition, their political opposition. Nobody did a single prosecution.
Yeah, but normal, you know precisely why.
Bill Clinton to Donald Trump?
Because they had too many people that were complicit on their side. People wanted to hush this up.
Yeah, both sides of the aisle.
Yeah, of course. I mean, sex doesn't, isn't restricted to one party.
Behavior, presumably, is not widespread. But
well, it's spread wide enough that it's going to include people from both parties.
Did you guys see the stuff about Noam Chomsky visiting the island? And Jeffrey writes to Noam, says...
Again, not a big deal.
Well, he says, the island is ready for you. Reality is even better than fantasy.
So the 4 women named had various roles as facilitators, support infrastructure, recruiters, and one of them operationally essential.
Age women for sex trafficking or what?
These were women that were involved in the various operations involved in the sex trafficking, sure. Like this one woman, it says she managed his daily calendar and appointments, controlled access to Epstein and Palm Beach and New York residents, scheduled and coordinated meetings with underage girls. Identified by police as essential logistical figures. Appears in phone records, scheduling evidence, named repeatedly by victims in joint civil complaints and depositions.
By the way,
she was sued civilly and she settled confidentially.
people, by the way. Well, the one we're talking about here is Ghislaine Maxwell. You're up.
Well, she was already convicted.
Is that? I think she wasn't.
She's in prison now. You're saying why wasn't she convicted or why wasn't she named in 2008?
Was that we may be talking about her when you say this person was essential to the operation?
No, I have the names. I told you. I'm talking about specific people. Like in this case, I'm talking about Sarah Keller. So I have the names of 4 individuals, and I know what roles each of these 4 played. And this one that was operationally essential is named Sarah Keller. And she
travel coordinator.
Sorry, what's that?
Florida or out of New York?
Well, I'm not sure where she works, but she controls access to both the Palm Beach and New York residences. You gotta remember, he's doing this stuff all over the world, right? He's doing this in London, he's got an apartment in Paris, the Virgin Islands. And in each of those places, you have reports, independent reports of like crazy ongoings at these residences.
We believe much more prosecutions all over the world.
What's that?
Much more prosecutions all over the world.
It's not gonna happen. His best friend is Macron. The guy is so fucking interconnected. That's why these emails. You gotta go to jmail.world, Norm, and just type in whatever comes to your head. There's millions of fucking emails, I think. So it's like he's a huge emailer, and he's talking to so many people, and just the most mundane things as well. Receipts for purchases, medical expenses, everything and anything. This guy ran his whole life through fucking Gmail. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, why do you think he was willing to give a lot of money to Fergie?
Curry favor with the British royal family.
Exactly. He's currying favor all over the world. Because it's a form of protection. He's not a good guy.
A sick, perverted criminal.
Yes.
But he's also dead. And the interesting thing to me is, where do we go from here? Is it against the Clintons, I guess?
Why not go against everybody that was involved? Like, I don't see this, I know in the States everything has to be right, left all the time. But, like, why can't this just be a crime? These are sex crimes. Whoever's involved, prosecute them.
More shoes will drop.
Yeah. Well, there's 3 million documents not being released. So there's some reason why they're not being released.
I mean, documents is because innocent people will be harmed.
Yeah, that's not true.
It happened.
And the 3 million
Yes,
that they
that's true.
released, they identified seven names. You said some victims. So you can release documents. You can redact documents. I'm not going to say that there's 3 million documents that can't be redacted.
I'm consuming.
That's correct. It is time. But the DOJ didn't say we're not releasing them because we need more time. They said we're not going to release them. Full stop.
I'm the only one is concerned about people's lives being destroyed for nothing. I don't. He said, "Hey, I'm attracted to my."
Dude, I'm with you. The victims, they should take care not to reveal victims' names. Yes, of course.
People with whom Jeffrey Epstein was emailing about something that wasn't criminal, which is what almost everything in there is. Almost nothing in there is criminal. In fact, is there evidence of a single crime in all of these murders?
Dude, you don't just release the ones that are criminal. You release everything, and this gives people the chance to go through them and look to see what might be criminal, what might not be criminal.
Chance for this entire time. It's already been reviewed and found that there's nothing prosecutable. My entire point. And it's kind of absurd to think otherwise. All that's happening now is the cavalier destruction of the lives of people who've done nothing. Meaning, like,
no, dude, we have.
That's
not true. We have revelations that we didn't know about before, and we know some of these people are involved in inappropriate activity. You got Peter Mandelson in one of the photos standing there in his underwear with some young girl. That's not innocent, dude.
I'm hearing this, and it doesn't sound good.
Well, that's my point. So the public needs to know that. These are public officials. This isn't like a picture of normal in his private life. We're talking about public officials engaged in highly irregular behavior. And that raises all kinds of concerns, security concerns, etc.
Do you remember?
Commit a crime in that photo or not? Because if he doesn't, then what's the point of releasing it except just for prurient interest?
No, the interest is to know to what extent he might have been compromised.
All this is because of Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna. None of this would have been released. This is worse than those State Department cables from WikiLeaks when America got exposed for spying on Europe and all of our allies. We lost credibility. This makes the world elite lose credibility. It makes a lot of people look like slimy motherfuckers. This has ruined people's reputations beyond belief. And, you know, I can't just name you 10 people off the top of my head, but you can do these queries on Grok, and it's like, holy shit, there's a lot of people that are being impacted by this. I'm tempted to type in Norm Green in there and see if Al Normo's in there.
I know, it is tempting. One of the most notorious seeming emails is someone is sending, their name is redacted, someone is sending a message to Jeffrey Epstein, January 13, and he says, new Brazilian just arrived, 6 and cute, equals 9-year-old. So we don't know the context beyond that. And then it's, let's see how normal this was from that one. The subject line is a bunch of pictures, so it looks like they attached 5 pictures to it. But of course, it's one of these people that, you know, a lot of people are
loud about the fact that the people who are probably people who are abusing children are. Oh wait. Never mind. This could be wrong. Okay. Because it's an equal sign and it's equal 9-year-old. But a lot of people are saying on the internet that the equal sign appears a lot in the Epstein files because it's a formatting error when the files are scanned and then uploaded and encoded into readable text. So a lot of those equal signs could be other characters. So it actually could be 19 years old.
So like the Podesta emails from WikiLeaks and all this shit, like there's a clip of Andrew Breitbart like screaming out like, "You sick fuck, you and Podesta and Podesta's fucking brother, you sick fucks." Like people know that there's like, you know, sick, horrible people out there that might be engaged in this type of activity, and it's like it's not conspiracy. So this Epstein release confirms suspicion and, you know, relaxes the conspiracy, meaning like, holy shit, there's definitely pedophiles out there engaged in like organized, you know, rings, whether it's sabotage and espionage and blackmail or it's like, but it goes from Diddy to fucking, you know, Epstein. Like whoever partied with Diddy and whoever, it's the same fucking, you know, scheme to, you know, basically do influence and I don't know. It's funny when you hear Bill Gates say like, "Wow, Epstein's dead." You're like, Bill Gates is like lucky as hell that he didn't get killed. You know, like this shit is like very dangerous, and like so many people have died as a result of this. You know, like look at Seth Rich. He claimed that there were a lot of pedophiles in D.C. He's fucking killed. You know. I'm just saying a lot of this stuff is like tied to Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton.
I was gonna say, who's that French guy that got killed? What last name is Brunel or something?
Yeah.
Sean Brunel, I think his name was. I could be wrong, but.
Did you see Peter Thiel's like menu items, like what he eats? Like these people are weird. Like, you know, I mean, imagine having your assistant like send over the foods you eat. I know it's like common for celebrities to do that, you know, or like entertainers to say this is our favorite food that we would love to have when we perform at your venue. But this email dump like exposes what, in my opinion, is we're living in a Ponzi scheme. Because 39 trillion in debt plus all the state and town debts, like we're just living in an delusion of financial mismanagement. And so when you see these types of like this type of behavior, people who technically just aren't working but are actually just involved in like rape and organized sex trafficking, like there's shit about like Epstein, you know, having a hidden room in a bathroom in some hotel, and like there's just so many crazy emails where you're just like, I have to go back to meditating because this is like schizo shit. Like you can't even believe what you're fucking reading. But this is the DOJ released, and they have a video of Pam Bondi saying that there's videos, thousands of videos of young children being raped, and it's like, what is all this shit? Like, how can you make public statements like that, but then not release, you know, or like the DOJ just posted today that they're hiring attorneys because they don't have enough attorneys to go out there and be, you know, aggressive in terms of like enforcement, arrests, etc. There's so much crime, but there's not enough attorneys to even prosecute it.
So what did Peter Thiel eat that was weird?
Like, we'll only eat unsalted, unroasted almonds, the fish he likes. I mean, I just looked at another email, and it's like, this is just like one of those rabbit holes where, like, I don't think 9/11 was authentic. Like, I don't think two planes brought down 3 skyscrapers. And I base that off of physics and energy equations, meaning that, like, two planes don't have enough energy potential to actually do what they did. Which, if you know how much energy went into building those three skyscrapers, you'd have to have the equivalent of energy to bring them down. So it's like, it's just obvious that that's controlled demolition, and we're just stupid sheeple who can't, be told the truth because it's too dangerous. But if we ever learn the truth about 9/11, I mean, the shit that came out about George Bush eating the intestines and poo-poo of like dead children and shit, it's like, huh? I mean, there's just so much stuff that's like you're thinking like in the 70s, 80s, 90s, like maybe there is like, maybe they are using children in inappropriate ways for like international espionage and blackmailing, and because maybe that's all they got left to do is to like do honeypots and do all this immoral behavior and activity to like try to control world affairs at scale, because we are the fucking Walmart of the military industrial complex. The CIA's budget 60 billion a year. Like, what do these people do but fucking sabotage, espionage, blackmail? It's like, hello?
You would probably like this Twitter follow called 9/11 Revisionist, 911 Revisionist, and one of his taglines is, how come the 9/11 Truth Movement can only count to 3? Because there were actually 9 buildings in New York that were destroyed that day. So, like, the fact that we only think about, what about Building 7? What about Building 7 is actually kind of a psyop in its own. And the stuff that happened with, we all know what happened to 1 and 2. Most people know about 7. But, like, most people don't know about 3, 4, 5, 6, and then Baker's Trust. It's even, a deeper rabbit hole, probably.
I don't know. I just think that America is like an experiment from like the old world, and we think we have autonomy, but we live in this like global community that our liberation and independence story is like just myth. It's just mythology. We're more of like an ongoing experiment, and we don't actually control our destiny, unfortunately, in this country. Like patriotism, it's all like everything is totally bought and paid for. Like I saw the list today of all these No Kings protests and who funds it. It's like, what the fuck? Why would Warren Buffett fund anti-American activity? It's like, I can't understand it. Like, he seems to me like a patriotic guy, but maybe he's not. But his money is being used to protest from division and hate and anti-American attitudes. It's like, I can't understand it, but maybe he has so much money, like you just can't control it.
Are you getting into like the conspiracy silo of we never really separated from England and they still control us through ownership of the Federal Reserve or something like that?
It's possible, but it's Congress that passes the HR Acts, and the Federal Reserve takes those numbers and plugs them into their giant monetary system and makes that spending possible. But most of that money is actually just all tax credits. So if you look at the big beautiful bill, it's $500 billion a year, and the top recipients are like Lockheed Martin, Apple, Northrop Grumman, Boeing. But that's just tax deferred liability for we the people. It doesn't go away, and that's so. I'm telling you, like, if you don't live your life perfectly, you'll get snuffed out. It's very hard to stay alive, because the system is totally bitted up. And if you were to actually, like, the fact that we even have homelessness is so mind-boggling when you realize how much money is out there in assets and in cash and banks and stuff. There should be like no reason to have any homelessness or not to have massive public housing projects, because there's that much money out there. But the system demands compliance.
Alright, I will do a quick reset to talk about what prompted the title of the room and why I wanted to talk about this. And then if anyone has any particular emails that they were going through that they want to read, that they find interesting, I would like to talk about that. But we've been going for a while, and we've kind of talked about a lot. But as far as the question, did Jeffrey Epstein win the lottery? There's a lot that we know, and then there's a lot that we could speculate off of based on what we know. But here's what we know. There was at least one lottery in 2008, which was the Oklahoma Powerball lottery, that was claimed by an entity called Zorro Trust. This is the name of a trust that's associated with a ranch called Zorro Ranch that Jeffrey Epstein was at least partly a principal in. This jackpot took place the day after Jeffrey Epstein went in jail. The strangest thing to me, in my opinion, is that the day that this Powerball jackpot, the numbers were drawn, normally they do the drawing on live television, but there was some computer glitch that was acknowledged by the lottery system that prevented them from doing this on television. They did it hours later behind closed doors in front of a panel of auditors, so to say. This was the day that this Zorro Trust won the $80 million, or about $30 million after taxes and fees, lottery. The timeline overlaps with Jeffrey beginning his 13-month jail sentence in Florida in 2008. There are many articles saying that Epstein himself won the lottery through the trust and got the approximately $30 million cash payout. There was a story years later in the Oklahoman saying that this was debunked and that it was actually a supermarket worker who worked in the area, and she just decided to create a trust called Zorro Trust to use to claim the ticket through an anonymous trust. So the coincidence and conspiracy kind of part of it is that, one, the glitch in the system that day, which made the drawing behind closed doors up, two, the timeline, and then three, Jeffrey Epstein and this woman seemingly both have trust in the same name.
From the chat, Whoopi Goldberg, 26 visits to Epstein Island.
Come and talk about it, whoever wrote that.
She doesn't often speak, but she's very nice. Well, 3 times.
We'll see. It was the Oklahoma Powerball drawing. There's another lottery that he also has potential connection to, which was a $500-something million lottery that there's a lot of speculation that he had 3 separate people buy tickets for that same lottery in 3 different states, and they were all the winners who split the lottery 3 times. So the speculation there is that, some kind of rigging, and he had people orchestrated to accept those jackpots on his behalf. With that one, it seems to be less fleshed out.
Here's an email from September 4th, 2013. I know what I've always wanted, to win the lottery. That's what Epstein wrote.
Who is that from, and who is that to?
It says no subject, but it says DOJ 11. I mean, I typed in lottery.
There's a ton of emails between him and, I forget the man's name, it starts with an R, who was his longtime business person. And it's...
You don't mean Les Wexner, do you?
No. It's like someone who worked for Jeffrey, not his financier or benefactor. And he's ordering this guy to buy lottery tickets in very specific places on very specific days, which, just that alone, maybe you don't think anything of, but someone who, knows financial markets as well as Jeffrey Epstein buying lottery tickets is a little, silly to me.
What Eric said about me was actually very insightful, and Eric, I appreciate it. It reminds me of where I've gone wrong with stories. And I have gone wrong with stories. A really good example is, what's his name? Guardian Angel. Help me out. I'm spacing on his name. Curtis Flewa. When he first appeared on the scene, he was patrolling the subways. He was anti-crime. I prowling the subways, quote unquote, keeping people safe. You want to know something? I looked and looked and looked and looked and never found anything wrong with Curtis Sliwa. So just because something looks unusual or weird, it just doesn't mean that there's a crime there. It could just mean that, there's this weird human variation in life. People do weird stuff. That's one thing you learn about people. They do weird things.
A lot of these emails are also him just like talking to, chicks that he's been banging.
Derisive, I want to thank you for before. I was going to send you a note, but since you're here, I can just say it.
What are you thanking me for?
Because somebody came in and wanted to sort of bluster, bully their way in and start attacking me, and you weren't having it, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming. I appreciated your presence here.
Yeah, even if I'm just a foil or like a handball wall that you can bounce ideas off of, like, feel free. I mean, what I find is that the more I argue and discuss, the stronger my familiarity with the situation gets. I start Googling stuff, and I feel like the more fluent I become in expressing my position. Sorry, I'm burping. Expressing my position.
Yeah, 100%. It is all of our duties as actualized adults with agency to constantly be auditing our held views and examining how robust they are and why we believe the things we do, suspecting that we are susceptible to groupthink, even though we'd like to believe we're above it all the time.
So, right now, texting with somebody from royalty in another country right now while I'm talking to you guys, and they're saying who's been implicated in their circle, and then they're saying, wasn't there some, it sounds like a cheap, like, resort spot, Epstein Island, it's called Little St. John, and then they say, it reminds me of this TV show that was on in the 80s with people in white suits, and then I said to them, Fantasy Island. So, this is, and they also mentioned that I just dropped the phone, that they've often talked about his yacht, which I'd forgotten about, that he would park his yacht in Cannes, and everybody would come, that's what you do at Cannes. Everybody shows up with their yachts, and you have parties on the yachts and show off your wealth, and he did that. So there are a lot of pictures taken with people who wanted to be on the yacht or near him, or, what can I do for you? What can you do for me? I wonder if he went to Davos. That would have been a place he'd go to explore, right?
There's a lot in the files about Davos. This was one of the email chains where he's supposedly interfacing with a Russian intermediary who represents Vladimir Putin, and he's talking about being a personal financial representative to Putin, and he's asking Epstein if he'll meet him in Davos.
I mean, it makes total sense.
Somebody falls sleeping, or
We've been going for a while. But have you found any Epstein emails you found particularly interesting there?
not really. I'll tell you just some like random things. I mean, pizza is obviously interesting. There was one email that all he wrote in the body of the email was pizza, and they redacted who it went to. Which, if you had any doubts that pizza is a code word, that should give it away. There's zero evidence, and by zero meaning that's already getting to evidence that there's not any
level of blackmail or anything like that. He seemed just like a pimp, and like that's all he was. It's also interesting that George Bush's entire administration is completely absent, and Obama.
You mean Bush Senior or Junior?
Both.
And there's a reference about Bush Senior raping children.
I didn't see that reference, so I mean I didn't do a whole lot of research, so it's very likely that's something. Obama seems to be absent too, which really just leaves us to with Trump and Clinton involved. The rest of the presidents don't seem to be there.
So Norm, specifically about Davos, there's more than just this, but there's at least one reference of Boris Nikolic emailing Epstein from Davos, asking if Epstein was having any fun, and Nikolic replied that he had met your friend Bill Clinton, Nicolas Sarkozy, and your other friend Prince Andrew. I remember seeing a bunch of emails about Davos, though. Let me find the reference about Bush Senior and the children. That one was one of the most disturbing I saw.
What's the reference? That Bush Senior raped a child?
It was like he raped a child and they cut off the child's foot or something. Like, let me find it so I can read it verbatim.
I saw that, but these are, like, we shouldn't even say these things because they're obviously crazy reports from crazy people.
Yeah, I'm not saying I know this. I didn't see this with my own eyes, but it's in the documentation. Someone said it.
Wait, but are these emails or is this some like tip line?
Give me one and I'll find it.
It's both and more, Mayor.
What does that mean?
So it's all the emails and all the
that I know, but is the Bush Senior rape allegation?
It was an anonymous tip, I believe.
Oh, so that's garbage.
What I say?
I mean, it's sad that we have such little, and I'm part of the we, so like it's sad that we have such little faith in our government that we demand to see these emails, and most of it should not be seen by the public because it's baseless allegations and tainting news for no reason. Now the fact that whatever, the fact that this went on with such high-profile people is the problem why we don't trust our government. But yeah, most of the stuff here is just straight up gossip for no good reason.
What would be cool is with this JWorld email thing is to like create a script that could fully like flesh out a like an org chart, of all the connections, the frequency of the emails, and like make basically an org chart that shows magnitude of relationship, and then like notes on all the emails, because there's just so much like little blurbs in there. It's just so funny, like reading about this guy. But when you watch the Bannon interview, that pretty much like sums up the whole thing and everything I need to know about that guy. Because it's like listening to a Clubhouse conversation of somebody sitting here talking about God. Bannon's like, "How are you such a fuck up that you're in jail? Like, what's going through your head as you're sitting in jail?" He's like, how do you go from being a Wall Street, financier and multi-gazillionaire to sitting in a fucking prison cell? He's like, "Oh, they're just on two opposite ends of the spectrum. I didn't really even think anything about it. I'm just sitting there eating my almond joys." Yeah, he's like, "Well, why were you only eating almond joys?" He's like, "Well, yeah, they were gonna poison my food, so I just ate my little almond joys." It's just like when you watch that, you're just like, "Oh, this is just another human being," And so there's like a myth, and people are like talking about his aura and comparing his aura to other, criminals, etc. This is like internet tabloid to the max, and because it deals, with geopolitics, etc. It's amazing. I mean, the fact that he's even talking about Ghislaine's father and how he tried to shake down the Mossad for $400 million to bail him out, and like he got killed. It's like, the mafia is real. You don't really realize that, like, the mafia is real. Like, meaning that, like, whether it's the CIA mafia or some kind of Mossad mafia, like, if somebody wants you dead and, you fucked around, I guess, like, you just, you could be killed. Hello?
Okay, so this is apparently from the FBI interviewing one of the alleged victims who is anonymous per redacting of this report. Oh, May, are you there? You have the phone icon? Because I know you want to hear this. Alright, we'll wait a minute. Alright, I'm going to put the link to this email chain. This is probably one of the most singly salacious email threads in the Epstein files that I've seen so far. But it's an accounting of an FBI interview that they did with one of the alleged victims. So it's simply based on the FBI getting testimony from one person. So that person certainly could have made this up, but this is what they told the FBI.
They almost definitely made it up.
Actually, and the FBI summary is saying that the person offered no, it was in capital letters, offered no supporting or corroborating evidence or eyewitnesses that could be contacted. Appears to be emotionally unbalanced but not intoxicated. At this time, it's not recommended that any additional investigative resources be expended concerning this claim. But they implicate Bill Clinton, Trump and Melania being present, Epstein, and George Bush Sr. So it does sound like bullshit to me. So one of the other, this is between two different FBI people. So another FBI person looked at that person's summary and said, I'd like to add a few other points by the purported victim. While on the yacht, he witnessed African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a skemeter but left no scarring.
That's a scimitar.
Yes, thank you.
On the big Arabian-style curved sword.
Okay. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from these intestines. He was also raped by George Bush I.
That doesn't sound believable at all. So.
Yeah, you were on the phone, so you missed the beginning. So this is an email thread between two FBI agents. At least one of them interviewed someone who was an alleged victim of Jeffrey Epstein, and this is just based on that alleged victim's testimony to the FBI. So but it specifically said that they couldn't corroborate any of the evidence that he gave, of the testimony that he gave. But it's strange because then between the two FBI agents who are emailing each other, one basically says, okay, this person was raped by Epstein and Bill Clinton, and Trump and Melania were present. He doesn't say that they were involved in the rape, and he was fed hallucinogenic mushrooms. But that person says, I recommend no further investigation because I can't get any corroborating evidence. But then another one said, or then someone emailed back and said he was also, among other things, he was also raped by George Bush 1. And then the other person wrote back, thanks, I didn't realize Bush raped him too. And then the other one said he has more to tell us too, he said. I don't know. It could just be one person's bullshit testimony.
According to this testimony, Bush, Clinton, and Trump and Melania were all there watching, or at least.
According to the testimony, he was raped by Bush 1, Clinton, Epstein, and this was on a yacht, and Melania and Trump were on the yacht, but he doesn't say that they raped him. Alright, everyone, I'm gonna bid you all a good evening. Thanks for coming. It was an interesting room.
Trying to close that gap because they keep getting us on the left side, but we're gonna make sure we close that up and we're gonna be alright. We're gonna run the ball, we'll run some option and shut the fuck up. Or when they interview a football player, we have a right. Our defense we're gonna do kind of weak, but we're gonna do everything we can and we got the mental fortitude. We know what we need to do. We just gotta wake up and we're gonna shut the fuck up. I'm done with the brain dead shit. Don't care, don't give a fuck. Don't watch sports. Watch the Super Bowl, don't watch sports. The only thing I watch is planes taking off and landing on YouTube. I'll watch maybe. Oh, I like Formula One. Lately, I don't like to listen to music where people sing. So I'm trending towards classical and jazz. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear anything. I feel like I get fed so much narrative fucking day from speaking heads that I don't want to hear people talking. I mute my TV. I don't want to hear people talking. I don't want to hear people talking. I'll listen to a podcast if I like the fucking people talking. I love Kill Tony. I watch Kill Tony. Listen to Kill Tony. But, you know, normal podcast. You better keep me entertained because I'm tired of listening to people talking. I don't think I'm checked out. I think I am representing the fatigue. I am burnt to a crisp of the fatigue of media, whether it be, you know, digital, social, whatever. So don't watch movies, don't watch TV shows, don't care about sports. Don't want to hear people talking on TV. Don't watch news. I don't want to hear anybody talking unless it's person to person. I don't want to hear the news. If I put something on in the background, it better be on mute. I don't want to hear anybody talking. So I'm representing the new class, like I'm ahead of the times. I'm representing the new class, or I am telling you what's coming, which is the fatigue. I'm already fatigued. I'm already fatigued. But the fatigue that's coming is we're all fed up with all the fucking narrative bullshit. Like these apps and software and shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Every time I swipe on my YouTube, where the recommended, I'm just like, shut the fuck up. Because I can feel through the thumbnail that it's trying to fucking promote or the video is gonna be some bullshit. I'm just like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck about your fucking video. I don't give a fuck where you're trying to Egypt pyramids were really micro machines. Shut the fuck up. You know, what's another? Ooh. Mr. Beast fed 1 million illegal immigrants and they became CEOs. Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, sure.
Lying ass. It's all just lies. All my YouTube thumbnails are lies. Everything is a lie. Unless I know the person and I know what they're gonna feed me or what the thing it's gonna be about, everything is a lie. Oh, I figured out how to lie. Shut the fuck up. Anyways, that's my way of saying we're undergoing a cleanse. I'm just filling in the airtime with my eccentric observations.
70 degrees and sunny, as always.
Can I ask you some personal questions?
These Coors banquets are quite good.
Brother, I think I have tried them, but I would steer you towards Coors Lights.
Okay.
Yeah, they just seem to hit better or right versus
Gotcha.
backwards.
Yeah, they're a little crispier. Hypothetically.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the witnesses for your courage in coming here and telling us your testimony. Mr. Stoughton, during Operation Midway Blitz, Secretary Noem
That was a joke, of course.
posted on. The big issue we have with the Chicago schools right now is they're passing kids along through the system, regardless of whether they can read or not.
Advocacy groups are calling out Chicago public schools.
No one could have stopped me. Maybe you're a Coors Light guy.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're a Coors Light guy.
I like Coronas and I like Coors Light because of the result. The taste is not, the taste is good, and then the result is it's just the medicine, you know. It's like you can time the buzz. It's like with Coors Light, I can set a timer, and I know.
Siccome c'è una gerarchia di oro, e invece è proprio chiesto che venga toccato con la sua mano. Con la sua mano. C'è la nascita di Giovanni Battista.
It's pretty short in retrospect. But before I do, cheers.
Cheers. Got a little foam on that one. Refreshing.
So I discovered Bitcoin early, fucking early. I think. Well, I remember during the Wall Street protests, I specifically remember the thought where I was like, yeah, this is wild. This is crazy. There needs to be an alternative. And always been in native. Something about I recall where I was like, yeah, that is exactly what I was talking about.
I think there's another level.
As First Lady.
But then, for a whole fucking like decade, I was so busy doing media stuff and like other stuff that I never thought about like investments or you're young, you're living life, you're having fun, thinking about fucking finance shit. That's just like a thing. That's like a 10% thing. I don't really think about it. But I recall coming across Bitcoin early on. And I was like, of course, that makes sense. Whatever. And then even in 2011, fuck. I think it was like 2011. I was trying to install the Bitcoin mining. I was trying to install the fucking Bitcoin miner on the laptop. And the shit wouldn't fucking work. It's like, fuck. What the fuck? And that was a failed experiment. And again, I was like, a dumb little idiot. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna make money on other shit. I'm gonna be rich on other shit. So I moved on. But I was active enough where I was joining, I was following all the voices and I've always created different accounts and whatever. So I created an account on BitcoinTalk.org and all that stuff, but it didn't matter. I never flipped a switch where I was like, it's an investment. And then I recall around 2012, 2013, a buddy of mine was like, oh, I have a client, they have to pay off some, they got hacked, they got to pay off some fucking hackers, they need like 5 Bitcoin, can you get 5 Bitcoin? I was like, yeah, I bought the 5 Bitcoin.
I will not visit the country of Israel under any circumstances. There's no reason for me to do that. There's no reason.
And then I started using it as currency. So I was buying drugs. I was buying stuff from overseas. Because that was the whole promise. Bitcoin was like, secret money. It's not a credit card. You can use it as secret money. You can buy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not tracked and it's private. So I was buying drugs and all kinds of shit overseas. And everything was fine. And there were even a couple of stores that would give you store credit. They'd be like, oh, you get extra 10% if you buy Bitcoin. Yeah. Did all that. But I've always used Bitcoin during that era as this money. It was always money. It was always money. To me, it was always money. It's secret money. And then I guess I moved away from it. I heard about it here and there, and I would buy, but I was never a fucking hoarder or a banker. It's never occurred to me. I was never a hoarder or a banker. I would hear about it in 2015, 2016, 2017. Oh, it went to this price. I'm like, oh, cool. I'll get some. I hold it, and the price will go up, and then, holds up, whatever. And then after that, I just disconnected from it. The same with other shit that I was saying earlier, with like movies and all that stuff, it's like I reached a point where I disconnected from, I guess, this industry, and it happened when I started to hear about Ethereum, and then I lost money in what was it? Nano blocks, ride blocks. So like, yeah, early on, I was early. I got scammed like in 2017 or 2016. So I got scammed early on. I started to move away from it. You know, people say, oh, you know, if you read, I never fucking read the white paper, bro. I just knew Bitcoin. It was like, you know, secret money and all that bullshit. I didn't understand it. So, had it, used it, and then by the time the shit blew up in November 2017, 2018, 2019, I was like, I get it, but I didn't hoard it because I wasn't, you know, like I was buying and using Bitcoin when it was $300. I wasn't a fucking profit. People that claim that they were like, oh, we knew it would, you know, they were smarter than me. That wasn't me. And then, yeah, after 20, that whole rise, I acquired it, I held whatever, but I'm indifferent to it. I have Bitcoin. I wish I had the stack I could have had. I don't. But I would claim to be the person that was there, used it, didn't believe in the reconstruction of it, didn't buy into the whole thing, and I mean, you know, I'm still waiting to see what it's going to become. So it's not exactly a poignant point regarding the dip that we're going on right now, but the point was, I can say I'm a Bitcoiner that sold back in like 2018. Like I'm a 2018 Bitcoiner. Where before that date, I was in it, on it, doing it, fucking it, doing all the bullshit with it. After that, I kind of checked out, and it was like a wait and see thing. And he talked to me about, oh, did you kiss the sword that is Bitcoin? I'm confused. I don't know. I'm confused. So, roughly, that's kind of what it is. I don't have the stash that I could have had, but I dare tell you, so many skeletons so many skeletons of the past can toast to my claim. Yeah, it's easy to celebrate. Like, oh, I was in Bitcoin in 2011. Oh, you weren't? Oh, you didn't hold? Oh, wow. I lowered over you. You weren't in Bitcoin in 2011 and you didn't hold. Guess what? You should suck my toe. Yes, you should suck my toe. You were in Bitcoin in 2012? No? And you didn't amass 5,000 Bitcoin? You serious? In 2012? No? 2013? Well, you should suck my toe.
That's interesting.
Sam, you being an SD, so you're like 112, so it's 10:30 for you, right? Is this normal for the room to get this dead around this time?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just wondering. I'm making sure I'm not the one that's like clearing deck here.
Slow breath.
No.
How's the job going?
This Java professor hasn't taught us much in 3 weeks, but we did learn a lot about the land rights of individual Native American tribes that were stealing the land from.
Well, because it's timely, and I'm on my last beer.
Good evening, I'm John.
I have to ask you a question. Are you working with John? Or it's actually not, it's none of my business. But are you working with John? And if you are, what are you doing for John? Because tonight, Freddie, he talked about some shit. But he is what I thought he was. And I'm just trying to understand. So, no. Okay. Alright. Well, then I'll go back to my regularly scheduled program. Because I think I heard at some point that you were working with or for John, and then in my head, somehow John is founder, CEO, creator,
Good evening, I'm
framework at his company, but who gives a fuck? I don't care. Anyways, point is, I don't care. All I care about is ability and the forward movement of, a company's energy. You're a tech, you're a developer, you're an AI. That's good vibes. So that's what I'm with. I'm with, whatever. So, like I was saying earlier, I'm a little bit behind. I'm 2 months behind. I'm gonna get caught up in the next week or two. We're in February 6th. I hope to get caught up by the 26th. So that's a whole 20 days from today. I hope to get caught up. Sorry, I'll reframe it. I will be caught up in 20 days, I will be caught up. Which means that by March 1st, I'll have some venom. Which is good. Okay. Yeah, so, keep staying up
To the
on
left.
top of all the developments, and you're a student, so you're, I would grab you and throw you on the deep end. I forget how old you are, but you are a student, roughly. Yes, no, maybe so, something like that.
Yeah.
All right. I will, if you accept, I will be. You know how there's drunken kung fu, which is actually a discipline. I gotta look that up. This kung fu, the drunk kung fu. I'm gonna be a drunk kung fu master. The drunken master. Drunken master. I'll be a drunken master, buddy. We're gonna get you up to date. We're gonna speed run the shit. You ready? Let's go. Alright, so you're no longer a developer. You're no longer a fucking developer. Are you going to like San Diego State University?
Somewhat. Not that school.
And what year are you?
23.
Sorry? I didn't hear you. What year? Sam, I didn't hear you. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, sophomore. None of that matters. How old are you? You're 23, 24, 20, 21? Cool. Nice. Let's go conquer the fucking world, bro. Let's go. Okay. Let me open this up here. Alright. Well, you're no longer a developer. Well, you're no longer a Java developer. You're a developer. And I think we need to start to assume the position of I gotta say, that's one of the best features of Clubhouse, is adding those options where you guys do the, to suck the blood out of your pure skin. Because you're a young guy. You're a young guy. You're a young, healthy guy. Right? Being a young, healthy guy means you've got that young, pure blood. And being a young, pure-blooded boy, Sam the boy, you need to learn and understand the hardcore building blocks. So MIT has a class, or they actually have a whole course called the missing semester. So start there, right? Knock that out. Knock out MIT's the missing semester, then knock out Harvard's course on CS50. All right, get those two things under your belt. The missing semester from MIT, CS50 from Harvard, and then you can also fit in another Python spells it specialization course in between, but
Give it an all-American pop. She's fucking mad hot. I actually have to buy a washing machine. Seconds.
That's a lie.
For the leg. Look, oh my god. It's 1,000 degrees in here.
Sir, 5K is under 3 miles. That ain't nothing. Sorry, man.
What's your time? What's your mile?
No, I am slow, but I run.
What's your mile?
I do run 3
What's your
miles.
mile?
I'm slow.
So, no, you talking shit. What's your mile?
But what I'm saying is not difficult, is what I'm saying.
Apparent reason. But what it could do is it could pop this kind of, they've got a big like a funnel thing, and they were able to pop up above the top of the tank when the tank top was open and squirt a whole load of freezing cold water straight into her face.
Day by day. This movie. I'm inspired to do a project titled The Famous I'm reading this again for the first time. Project seeking ordinary people who are famous in the minds of everyday people. They search and interview of ordinary yet incredible people who have changed the lives of those around them in ways. Question to ask them: do you consider yourself a hero? Spend the time showing them how they are heroes to some. Travel and spend a day with each of them. Once capital is available, offer them a famous, ordinary, quote, piece of I make pottery in exchange for a 30 to 60 minute interview, because obviously I have to start grassroots, right? Maintain a website archive of all the lessons these FOs, which would be the famous ordinaries, have to share and teach and pass on. And quotes from the movie that I love. Quote, I think the best thing you do is to let people know that each one of them is precious. Just take a minute and think about all the people who loved us into being. And last, look for the helpers. You'll always find people who are helping. Rogers.
Be my boy, be my neighbor.
Will you be my neighbor? I love that. Thank you for sharing. It's very cool. Thank you for acknowledging my dumb little thought. I
I know, but you know, it's so lovely. It's so real. It's really real, though. It's like taking the time to look where you've been, you know, and be respectful of who we are as people, and take the time to look back at where you've been. Thank you for sharing that.
Well, and we listened, you know, that's,
Yes.
that's good, you know. I appreciate that.
Wait, C-Star, you're into techie stuff, but you don't want to hear about the mold bots, because you already heard about it. Because you were in the techie realms, you know all about it.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw from your profile, you're in lots of techie realms. So you already know about the mold bots and stuff.
Oh yeah, I do know about it, and I don't like it actually. I don't like this I really don't like this conversation. It just I don't like it. I've heard about it. I heard about it.
Right.
Well, the thing is, it's kind of. I think that reason I mean, I think it's one
Yeah.
thing.
Why don't you like it? Yeah.
The reason I don't like it is because I think it's too alarming, but I also think that it's also too like it's making everyone go like to the extent of like, oh my god, like when in reality it's really not nothing.
I got a topic for you.
Do you think it's real? Do you think these things are real, C-Star?
No. I mean, it's human days. No. So I just think I think if everyone's making a big hype about it, and it shows that the degree, but I think that in time it will have prevalence, but we're not there at all, and I think that people are really making it a big deal, and we should be focused on our current situation of living rather than getting all freaked out about these things that are not going to impact anyone. It's a basically the idea of it, and we're not even there yet.
Right. I mean, that's what freaks me out, because I don't have situation awareness. Like, I don't know how seriously to take these things, right?
Well, I use AI to help me monitor my diabetes and give me pointers as far as what I should eat throughout the day. So I use it on the business side of things. I also use it on the personal side of things. So, you know, it's a good benefit. I just don't know if, you know, a lot of people are going to be on the same page. And I'm, you know, and just like, see, I'm a tech guy, program stuff. I've fixed computers, fixed laptops for 28 years. So all this AI stuff is, it's exciting, but, you know, you're just like, what the fuck, you know?
Yeah, so Mima was asking. Mima, these robots, they're little agents, so you kind of tell them what to do and they'll go off and do it for you.
Wait,
so in the morning...
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
See, what do you think of, and Beaver can tell me if he doesn't want to change subject, but the Epstein files fascinate me. This Dr. Atia and Deepak Chopra are two physician quote-unquote thought leaders, and they say some of the most outrageous things. What do you think, Steve? Should we, do you think that they should be canceled as some people are canceling them?
So Deepak guy, who else was on the one?
So there's a guy, Egyptian, physician, Peter Attia, A-T-T-I-A, and he's a longevity doctor, and he said the worst things actually that I've heard today, which was, one thing he said was, incredible hot thing.
You know damn well I can't spell that good. I can't spell Republican.
Hey, I'm so glad Jeremy's gone. He said he only comes out here because he wants to talk to minorities anyways. So, you know, he lives a very pretentious, prestigious lifestyle in the Canadian mountains with his white, pretty wife. He just comes out here to entertain himself talking to black people. It's pathetic. Hello.
Is this your voice, or are you putting on a voice right now?
Hello, can you hear me?
Male version of honey.
Not his real voice.
That's the voice
Yeah, it's my voice. Oh, fuck no, Chris. It's about time that the talking apes finally resisted this white fascist Canadian cup.
I don't know who this man is. Sorry to this man.
Bobby Boucher. Jeremy done got his ass white. Bitcoin down 50% in the past couple months. Ha ha, Jeremy. Lost your shit. Ha ha. I'm a homo sapien. Hello.
This the man that was trying to run for office.
This is the man.
Trying to run for congressman.
This is the man.
That's the guy that got caught for Congress?
The guy that got caught. They get caught. Still running. They ain't got no court cases. Gossip. Hello.
Oh my goodness, I'm running late.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Anyways, I'm just glad that Jeremy has, finally been roasted, because he deserves a lot of roasting. You can tell he's overweight. He's got that big, obnoxious nasal nose. Jeremy.
Do you want to talk about it? No, fuck you. First.
Yo, Marty, come fuck with the Russo. Can we talk about
Can you imagine? Like the thing is, everyone's using these terms of transparency. He's transparent. The most transparent president we've ever had is telling us that he's gonna sue the IRS for $10 billion. I mean, the whole thing is now the world we live in right now is that we literally all these emails. If you only knew Epstein's in hell is look. If all his world is he's more alive than he's ever been before. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, I know.
Well, can you imagine how it's going to be the next time? This is just the start.
By the way.
No, but the thing is, this is just the start, though, because when you, that's the thing is, when you look at all this shit, it's well, now they're going to have to.
I don't care what you
I know that respectful women would use the family restroom as transportation. Honestly, I'd rather use the family restroom because the fucking locker rooms are nasty.
I know,
And
the
it's
family
easier to go in the fucking family restroom.
Yeah, the family restroom's great. But anyway, Sword, go. I just want to say, and a comment real quick, and then you go, Sword. I just want to say, just picture this. The women go to the bar, right? They don't even know each other. There's 5 women. And then they all look at each other, and then they just draw together because they all know that they need to go to the bathroom at the same time. And then their cycles actually. Let me get this out, right? It's just telepathy. They don't even have to speak. Their cycles immediately line up, and then they see a trans woman, and then there's this little ritual they do, and they're like, is she accepted as one of us or not? Is she? Okay, she is. And then all 6 of them go into the bathroom together, and they all leave. They all flush at the exact same time. It's amazing. It's quite a sight to see. Because I was one of those trans women. Anyway, okay, go ahead. Okay. I gotta let you go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sword.
She literally switched her whole talking point because originally she said that her friends will let her go in first and they will wait for her to come.
No, I did not. I did not say anything like that.
Oh my God. All right, never mind. We can go to the next person.
I didn't listen to what she said, so
To be fair, I didn't hear her say that. People were talking at the same time, so it's kind of hard to tell like we are right now. And sometimes when 4 people are talking, I'm like, let's just make it 9. Let's just go the full Monty. Let's have 9 people speak, not 8, 9. I want no less than 9 people speaking at the same time. We did that one time. It sounded like a Pentecostal, tent meeting. It was amazing. Okay.
Who's next? Let me go ahead and say what I was going to say. Alright, so let me tell you what I heard. What I heard her say is that if she had a trans friend, her friend will let her go into the bathroom first and wait for her to leave. So that's the reason why I came off the mic to say, well, shit, if they let you leave, that still don't mean that the other people in the bathroom.
Right.
Yeah, you hallucinated that point is still going to be made. So it's pointless.
Well, no. But here's the thing. I think the point's
The person walking in the bathroom.
No. Here's the point, right? If a trans woman needs to go to the bathroom and just sees a bathroom, right, and walks into it, and there's a bunch of people, they're going to be blindsided, right? I mean, obviously, you're not getting consent from everybody to be in there, and there's some people that just don't care about this. Now, Cora is saying she hangs with trans people who do care about this, and that's great. I think those people have a little more ethical approach to their
That's
trans.
the vast majority of trans women too. Yeah.
Well, let me just be clear.
I'm not trying to pick on. That they're not making people uncomfortable.
Hold on, let me just say this real quick. So Deepak and I got into kind of a heated discussion over this, but I was like, look, if you're gonna say Deepak Ramachandran, whatever, the one with the sun in the picture. Anyway, he said, and he's sharp, right? But we're going back and forth on it. And I'm like, dude, are you okay with your daughter being in a locker room and a trans woman completely nude, letting their dong be within a few inches of your daughter in a locker room, and there's like a massive difference in years, right? You got some.
Andrew, you just said letting her dong. Think about yourself for a second.
I know, brother. They sold me on the mind. I'm part of the mind virus as far as the language goes. We can talk about that, but here's the thing. This is what I'm saying. Like Deepak was like, I think that's fine. Right? Now, I think that's kind of like there's some kind of something going on there that doesn't seem quite right. Like there's something weird about that. You got a 40, 50-year-old man that's, I should say male, trans woman, right? That is completely nude, just, doing whatever. And you got your however old daughters in the same locker room or whatever, and that kind of stuff going on. I think that's some pretty weird stuff. And I do think there are people who are completely okay with that. And I might say that, that's kind of being a little bit abusive, right? I don't think that's like a good setup. I think that's ripe for all kinds of issues. And I don't think we should really condone that kind of setup, right? I don't think that's good. So,
just to be fair, there's like this idea that, so here's the thing, it's like, yeah, I do, because I actually have more experience with this than most of you. The thing is that trans women that haven't had bottom surgery, right, which is like actually most of them, trans women that haven't had bottom surgery, right, they have a lot of stuff they need to do that's kind of private in order to like get themselves dressed, right?
Sure.
And so this idea that they'd just be like flapping around in a lot of
they wouldn't want to do that, is what you're saying.
a 70-year-old woman is kind of weird.
All right, okay, that's fine. I'm not saying it's the norm. I'm not saying it's the norm. I'm just saying I can think of many scenarios where there would be some stuff that I think we might want to equate to abuse in the trans setup that society has kind of somewhat pushed for in certain areas. And you can take a position that like, look, that's the bad part of the trans movement that I don't support, and that's fine, right? It's totally fine to have that position. So I'm not saying you're necessarily somehow a hypocrite.
And it's not only trans women that can make women feel uncomfortable in women's locker rooms. I've honestly been in locker rooms where I felt the gaze of women that are obviously same-sex attracted.
Yeah, I got you.
And it's like, and I just moved to another section. I get away.
That's fine. I hear you. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Oh yeah, so
you saying you feel more comfortable with the trans women?
No, I didn't say that.
No, I can ask if you're referring that.
There are same-sex attracted women that make me feel very uncomfortable. If there was a trans woman that was acting the same way, yes, I would feel uncomfortable. It's more about behavior than it is about equipment,
Gotcha.
Okay, so let Mike go, guys. Please don't interrupt him if you don't like what he says. Go ahead, Mike.
Appreciate it. So real quick here. So now we don't have to use any hypotheticals. This has happened. There's the Planet Fitness in LA, where the black lady who brought up to her city council. She was in Planet Fitness, and the dude walked in there. Now I went on camera. I mean, he's a fucking guy, and he was walking around naked. And she's like, "Yo, there should be no penises in this fucking locker room." I don't think that's not a hard stance to agree with there. So, and again, someone brought up Leah Thomas. Leah Thomas, I want you all to think about this. Leah Thomas identified as a trans lesbian. So he's attracted to women in the woman locker room, watching them get undressed. That's fucking weird. And it also happened in I think it was in another part of California at a little like spa, like nail salon. They do like massages and like pedicures and shit like that. This lady took her 13-year-old daughter. They went into the changing room, and a fucking guy walked in and was naked.
And the 13-year-old had to look at a fucking grown man naked. This has happened. And what's crazy to me is no dicks in the women's area. Period.
Yeah, and no guns in elementary school.
Hold on.
School shootings. This has happened. No, it's funny. This is so funny to me. This is so funny to me. Because of a less than 1% occurrence.
That's like a different. We're talking about sexual abuse and stuff like that.
It's not different.
I can't determine this.
It is.
So, I got it's illegal to bring a gun to a school, Joe. So it should be illegal for a dick to with our.
Obviously, you don't think it's illegal to take a gun. You can have police officers and security guards with guns, and that's fine and it's good, right? You're just talking about people that are whacked out, bringing guns and doing stupid stuff, right? That's a problem, right? But you don't think that parents shouldn't be able to have guns with their kids. Obviously, they should be able to. And there's nothing, or certain situations at schools and stuff like that. I don't agree with that, Joe. I don't think we want to get into the gun thing and stuff like that. We can talk about that, but I don't think that's an apples to apples comparison. Let's keep it on the sexual abuse, consent and violation of someone's autonomy or whatever. Let's do that. Let's keep it there. Particularly the abusive, coercive, power differential, whatever that kind of stuff, right? I think that's where we're going to keep because it's just going to get hard to.
I have two questions for Mike. Yes, sir. I have two questions for Mike. So, two questions, Mike. Who commits the largest majority of sexual assaults?
The liberals. Not
Republicans.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Matt Gaetz.
Go ahead. I am trying to keep it clean. Occasionally, I'll throw in a line or two, guys, but I'm not trying. I do want to keep it on point. Go ahead, Mike. If you can answer that.
Well, are you just between men and women?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's actually closer than we would think, but I think the men have the lead there. But women, it's higher than
women are catching up. Yeah.
I think women are up.
It depends on
They went from 2% to 2.5%.
The second question.
how you quantify the answer though. Because
Second question.
if you look at the question from the perspective of male to woman versus women to women, the women are actually higher from a percentage perspective.
Oh, I haven't looked at that. That's interesting. The other thing I'll say too is a lot of men are ashamed, to say something like that.
So they never reported.
Right, and so there's a lot about that has come out too. But anyway, not saying women are ashamed also.
Are you talking intimate partner violence? Or are you talking about actual sexual assault? Because no, women don't assault more women than men assault.
All right, I don't mean to obfuscate.
Wait, but Arthur was asking the question because I'm going to go to a different point.
Arthur,
so go ahead.
We're stay the conversation. Okay, men.
Okay, and then the second question I said, you said it's weird that someone who's what was it, trans and is trying to get. You said it was weird. So my question to you is, why is that weird? If that's what that person is.
No, weird. It should be in the women's changing restroom at any time.
But that wasn't your goal. That wasn't your thing. The thing that you said was that this person was trans and was a lesbian and was attracted to women, and you said that was weird. That had nothing to do with the locker room.
Thomas thing. Yeah, Leah Thomas.
Yeah. So
Leah
that's
Thomas
the locker room.
Trans lesbian. So Leah Thomas is attracted to women.
That was weird.
Well, yeah, some people think the trans thing is weird just to begin with, Arthur, even if it's...
Right. So, I'm asking what's weird about... Forget about the locker room. What's weird about that that's what she wants in her life?
Oh, well, just because somebody wants it doesn't make it normalized or good.
So a man transitions to a woman and then likes women.
I don't know if he's understand why it's weird. It's because it's a he. You're calling a guy a she.
Let me ask you this question. What if Trump identified as a woman and went into those dressing rooms?
Ooh.
That was the question.
That was good.
That wasn't the question.
Look, I think that's a fair point, but we got to hold that for a second because we have to get back to what Mike and Arthur said. No, I hear you there.
That's your question. That's his question. Why can't you answer a basic question?
I'm saying what you just said, Joel, was good, but just hold on. Because Arthur was trying to, give two questions to Mike, and he gave the first one, and Mike was, it was like, which one do you think does more abuse, right? And then Mike said it was men, and that would be correct. And then what was the next part of that, Arthur? Sorry, but.
And again, I was isolating. It wasn't about specifically the locker room. Because it felt like the statement he was saying that because this person's choice in life, and that's weird. So I'm trying to understand what is weird about that person's choice.
Leah Thomas is not a trans lesbian. Leah Thomas is a heterosexual man. In a woman's locker room watching them undress.
So what's weird? He's asking you specifically, what are you calling
Leah Thomas just decides to call themselves a woman and then is sexually attracted to women still with a dick in a locker room where women are undressing.
I see. Okay.
So you're sexual. Arthur, let me explain it to you since you're slow.
Joel, I don't need you to explain. Joel, shut the fuck up.
No, let him have it. Let Arthur engage. Mike, please, Joel, I'll get to you. Well, we'll get to your question too.
Okay. A guy with a dick is in a locker room with
Joel, shut the fuck up, Joel.
Bro, come on.
Oh, he's triggered.
No, it's just we're just trying to keep this BHI clean. You know what I mean? Like where everybody's getting their statements out, being articulate, not bloviating, and then we're moving on to the next point. And we can get to your point, whatever that is, Joel.
It's
So
the last part, Joel. Joel, I don't need you to explain it.
Joel, I promise you, bro. We'll get you. I'm gonna be fair, bro. Don't Arthur, go ahead.
The last part. So is it what's weird? Is it the person's preference, or is it weird because of the locker room? That's all I'm trying to get to.
Right, Mike.
What? I don't even understand. It's weird. Hold on.
The person's preference.
Yeah, but you gave me an A or B option, and the answer is not A or B. It's weird to me because that person, Leah Thomas, who went through their entire high school career, went through their entire first couple of years of college as a man who liked women, then decides to say that they're a woman. Now, Leah Thomas, I don't believe did a surgery. Leah Thomas didn't do any type of stuff like that. Leah Thomas was a man, decided to become a woman halfway through college, then competed in the swimming team, and then Leah Thomas said this. This is the way I'm saying it. Leah Thomas said, I identify as a trans lesbian, which would mean that Leah Thomas says she's a girl, but likes women still, a lesbian, which means she has a dick, and she's in locker rooms with women undressing, watching women undress, knowing that she's sexually attracted to women. I get what you're saying. Oh, there's other women in the locker room that are sexually attracted.
No, that's not where I'm going. Let
Arthur say where he's going.
We heard it here, real quick. 10 seconds.
Okay,
You're saying that you're worried about sexual assaults being committed by men.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You want men out of women's locker rooms.
Okay, that's not what he's saying. He's saying it's not what he's saying, so let's let him clarify. And welcome, John. Much love, brother. Appreciate you from the non-believers room. You're cool, man. Appreciate you, brother. Okay, go ahead.
All right, last bit. I don't want to hold the stage. Wait.
No, you're fine.
It's just so. If the person has this preference in life, forget about the locker room for a moment. Is that weird? Yes or no?
He wants to know, man, brother Mike. You might have to just appeal to your.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird question.
Andrew, can I ask
No, it's not. Like Arthur, let me answer you cleanly. Like some of us are gonna. I think it's weird because I think it's a deviation from what God has ordained, right? So I'm a Christian, so I do think there's like order on how those things should be played out. But obviously, I know people disagree with that, et cetera, et cetera. But to answer you from my perspective, yeah, I do think it's quote unquote weird because I think it's like deviating. Even though there's some of that going on in the animal kingdom, there's a portion of same-sex stuff going on. There's all kinds of stuff like that, right? That you might see some deviations in secondary or primary, secondary sex characteristics. You might see all kinds of stuff like that. I still would want to say that it is not the norm, and it broadly isn't. And so it's weird.
You can just be honest.
Well, and look. I'm not trying to. I don't want to. I care about people broadly, and I don't want to be like trying to demean a human.
But caring about them is being honest.
I don't know, but
action is disgusting.
But hold on. You might want to say, well, it depends on what you're saying. If you're talking about the same sex action is disgusting, I think there's going to be elements of that I would agree with, depending on what we're saying. But some of us might not think certain same-sex acts are disgusting, but we'd be inconsistent.
Andrew, hold on. It's not. Hold on. According to you, it's technically not morally weird because Leah Thomas is a fucking dude and he likes women. And he's in a locker room looking at naked fucking women.
Yeah, but
Technically, he's not a fucking lesbian.
it's weird because in this
He's
case,
taking advantage of the situation.
right, in that case, he's just being a opportunistic pervert, right? And, yeah, right. So obviously, I think that's not legit, right? That's a problem. That's just somebody who wants a pass to be able to be a voyeur or whatever they're doing there. So that's not good.
Or the guy in Indiana who went to high school and raped girls. They did it 2 different schools.
Yeah, so I don't think anybody's going to defend the person that you're saying there, Mike. And so I think maybe they are. I don't think anybody here is defended.
We need Sharia law.
Well, we can talk about that.
We need what?
Sharia law.
Sharia law allows that we have to protect the women.
Okay, so let's sort of go, and then I think Joel's supposed to say something. We can go back to you, Mike, and people want to get. I'm trying to keep it like loose, but we got to kind of allow people. Otherwise, it just gets. It's like a cacophony. It's impossible to discern what people are saying. So, Sword, go ahead, bro. Ask your question. Where are you going to go?
What is a woman? Your mom.
Nice.
That would be
these are people that have childlike brains. You can't win an argument with return.
Why are you being disrespectful about people's mothers?
Your mom is a woman. What the fuck? Sword, ask me that question. No, hold on, Sword, ask me that question.
Yeah, he's like, what is a woman? And he's all your mom. He's like, no, that she's.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. To be clear, I didn't say your mom. I didn't say that. Joe said that. I didn't say that.
Okay, all right. Let's try to do that a little cleaner because something didn't go well. Okay, we can move on. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so Mike, hold on just real quick. We got to go to Joel. Joel's a little feisty, but I do want to give him a fair shot. Joel, I promise you come to you, bro. What do you want to do? What do you want to say?
I was gonna say we're never gonna get a straight answer, like an actual intelligent answer from the people, because they can't justify or back up their insane opinions. They're NPC bots who are told what to think, and they just do it because the Democrats tell them think this, and they're so fucking stupid. They do it. Like they have no agency. These are fucking stupid people.
So if I got what you're saying correctly, the people on the left, the people who are liberal, they basically have Down syndrome. Basically, is what you're saying.
They might be dumber than people with Down
syndrome. So you would trust somebody with Down syndrome. You would trust somebody that's full-fledged Down syndrome more than you would like an average liberal.
100%.
All right, good.
You would trust an alligator farmer from Alabama
because she wants to claim her moral.
What is an alligator farmer?
Hold on. Let Joe go because it's hard to hear what he said. Go ahead, Joe.
So
Joel. Sorry, Joel, not Joe. Joel. This gets confusing when I'm saying Joel. J-O-E-L. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead, Joel. We can come back to the.
We just need to start calling out these lefty trash degenerates for what they are, trying to claim moral superiority over people. Like Trump went to a locker room, a man went to a locker room with women. But these disgusting pigs have they don't say anything when men go into, when Leah Thomas goes into a locker room with girls, they're dead silent. They're disgusting hypocrites. And then when they want to talk about, they literally voted, they're such degenerate fucking garbage. They voted for the person who destroyed the economy and gave us 9% inflation. They voted for the guy who made the cartels billions of dollars trafficking little kids with an open border. They don't give a fuck about trafficking. Who was that? They don't give a fuck about girls. When Lincoln Riley died, they don't give a fuck about anything that they're not programmed to give a fuck about. They're shallow, hollow, disgusting people.
Dude, Trump is a pedophile. Likely Trump's a pedophile.
Yeah, it was, Andrew. You heard that, right? I don't want him to say he never said it. There it was.
Yeah. No, likely. He's in the Epstein files time and time again.
Listen, earlier today,
Can I just say one thing? If let's say he's not in doing nothing sexual.
understand, and I'm only recently jumping into this, it is the case that from what I can tell, Epstein has been proven to be a liar in court. Now, we can get into this.
What's he lying?
Hold on real quick. I wouldn't be able to cite it off, but if you question
Don't call him a liar.
hold on. No, listen. I said, hold on, Cairo. Hold on. No, I'm going to get
How dare you talk that?
Hold on. I don't appreciate what's going on here. People are calling people pedophiles based on whatever. And then I say, I don't know, but from what I understand, I didn't claim it's for sure, it's a definite thing. I'm saying from what I understand, I'm making a modest claim here, that I think he has been shown to be a liar. Now, if that isn't true, people can step up and say, I don't think that's the case, and then maybe, we should jump into this and try to see if Epstein is.
I never said he was a liar. I never said he wasn't.
I know.
He was. I just said
I know, but are you No, I understand, brother. I understand.
I'm skeptical. I'm not going to educate.
No, it's going to.
He said he didn't molest little kids. How about that? Yeah, that's a lie.
Okay, so there you go. He's a liar then, right?
But did any of them willingly confess? I don't see
That doesn't matter. No, that doesn't matter. No, actions aren't. No, hold on.
Okay, one second.
Stop. Hold on. Stop. No, don't shush.
Literally everybody.
Hold on, guys. Don't shift topics real quick. Epstein doesn't need to confess for him to be shown to be a liar. Okay. I'm sure. Yeah, I bet you he's like all liars. All right.
Are you guys defending Epstein?
Let me tell you what I'm doing. Let me tell you this is 5 seconds. I'm showing how stupid people's arguments are. One second. When I'm talking about the evidence and you're saying, but we can't really believe them, they're liars.
I didn't see any. Whoa.
I never said your name.
Yeah, but that was a weird point.
Okay. But you acknowledge anything I said and just say, yeah, they're liars.
I don't know who you're targeting, but I'm just telling you.
Whoever's talking, I can't see
That's
who's
fine,
not
but listen. Epstein was shown to be a liar, and I think if anybody wants to contest that, that's all. But here's the thing. Let's just say, look, he is obviously Trump has a lot of enemies. There was an issue with Trump and Epstein over Epstein stealing some of his workers, according to Trump. Now, obviously, that could be a lie too. We don't know. But no. He claimed. He claimed that Epstein was stealing his workers. Now, he did claim that. Do you contest that Trump said that?
I'm talking about what they were fighting about was about.
No. He got mad. He was upset with Epstein. Fine, you want to
What
say
Trump won the lawsuit over was about what?
I'm not talking about that.
That's where.
What are we doing right now?
There could be, hold on real quick, there could be more than one reason they're fighting. My point is there's a lot of people that are coming against Trump. And so my point, one of the things I want to say is that we need to be a little more diligent on what it is we're going to say that he's being guilty of. I think Trump's done some stuff that's not good. I'm not just on the Trump, support train all the way down the path. Obviously I think he's done some stuff that's immoral. But the question is, to what degree is he actually a pedophile? And earlier, Millet and Sully were just straight up saying he is a pedophile.
Okay, so that wasn't an argument. I said whether he is or not.
I'm asking who here is willing to just straight up say it unabashedly, just unadulterated, keep BHI clean. Trump is a pedophile.
I believe that he's likely. I believe that he highly likely was.
Okay, can I say, Andrew, can I respond to you?
100% covering for me.
Okay, go ahead, bro. Yeah,
If you're going to respond to Kyra real quick, Kyra,
Right.
think about the Trump. Here's what I'm going to say. Trump has released more documents than anyone else.
Trump hasn't released anything. Don't lie. Now you're a liar. Okay, so
3 million then.
he had to release it. He was against releasing it. People had to vote. Okay, do you not know? Okay,
Kyra,
do I gotta educate you? Do I gotta educate you?
Can you just listen to me for 5 seconds?
Do I gotta educate you? You don't
Yeah.
embarrass yourself.
Okay, so the files that came out under Biden had a drop of, I think it was like 40,000 files. Biden released those files.
Jeremy, be good, brother. Be good. Don't get suicided. Jeremy, your mic's terrible. Your mic.
What are you doing?
Your mic was made on Epstein Island. It is bad, brother. Really, really bad. I can't hear hardly anything.
Andrew, I apologize. I came up here with a mic like I was a Mexican illegal immigrant buying a headphone from Timu in China. I am so sorry.
That's racist.
Andrew, no, brother, no, it's not. I just came up here, brother,
that's also a problem too. What we're talking about, like we're just trying to keep it on. We're trying to keep it on. Trump's a pedophile.
You know what, Andrew? Since you're on that point, Andrew, real quick, I think I can speak for Joel. I don't like to talk for people, but I'm pretty sure I can speak for Joel with this. Just like you said, if Epstein's an Israeli asset, you have no problem. You have no problem accepting that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, hold on. I'll speak for Joel here. If Trump's a fucking pedophile, I have no problem accepting that as true and trying to. That's a full stop. That's a fuck. You don't
Yes, same here. Yes, same here. I agree. No, I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I think the maligning that people. Hold on, real quick. People are upset. Well, if you truly believe he is, if you hold on.
I think he was 100%
Look, when you say okay, look, what do you in one sentence? Pyro, in one sentence. What has to? No, because brother, because you're deviating from your point.
anything in one sentence.
Well, you need to know. No. Come on, you should be able to say. You said that Trump is covering for the pedophiles. How is he doing that, or how did he do it?
I like to have conversations with people that are open-minded, like to accept truth. About a fucking guy with orange hair. And if you bring up Israel, they're gonna start.
All right, hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm not cucked out. I don't care about all that Israel stuff. It doesn't really play a lot in what I'm talking about right now. We're talking about pedophilia, and we're talking about him covering for pedophiles. And then you're just like, I want to have a real conversation, as though that's not what I'm vying for. I'm literally trying to keep it clean, trying to get you specifically articulate a point that is going to support your claim that he is covering pedophile. I don't think I'm the one that is trying to deviate from a real conversation. Can you just answer?
I already said it. Now open your ears and stop trying to do the new game. Open your ears.
No, I'm going to mute it. You just know we're talking.
Okay, open your ears. Okay, I said Trump knows that Epstein was working for their alleged biggest ally and was an Israeli asset. And if everything comes out, the public, Andrew, is going to know, okay, what Epstein's real job was. And that's why I brought up Epstein and Israel, because it relates, okay?
What was his real job?
An Israeli asset.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. So hold on. There's a whole lot of stuff going on there. So that's a huge thing that you're claiming there, like that you're trying to. So you're saying
huge.
No. So you're no. What I mean by that is for you to be able to substantiate that. Is this just going to be piecing together a whole bunch of little pieces of evidence to try to get this order?
I'm pretty sure that's how cases. Yeah, 1 second.
No, hold on, guys. Hold on. Wait. The Prime Minister of Israel or what?
The Prime Ehud Barak, who him and Epstein, I can't remember how many years of emails they dropped, but it was like 95% of the days in that time period, he was emailing Ehud Barak. Okay.
He was living at his.
No, I'm gonna keep going. That's small for these people because they're small-minded, right? Boom. He's emailing him every day. Okay. We have Epstein himself setting up meetings for Ehud Barak and Vladimir Putin. Okay. We have being hired by Ehud Barak for military intelligence and different things. We have Ehud Barak living in his house even when Epstein isn't there. Okay. We have Lex Wexner, who is a Jewish Zionist billionaire who donates all of his majority of his money to anything that he donates to is to Israel. And who did he give his money to? And who did he put on? He put on Jeffrey Epstein and the other guy who he hired. I forgot his name. He was the head of Abercrombie and got in that whole rape scandal. So Epstein is tied in with Jewish Zionist billionaires. But you want me to think he worked for what?
See, Andrew, there you go. Trump's pedophile. Duh.
You work for Iran.
Well, right now this is the cover.
He works for Iran, guys.
Actually, so listen. If the idea is this, so look, this wouldn't surprise me, right? If this is true, I don't know. Or if it's the case that Epstein has been used to create honeypot situations to where various people in powerful places, powerful
Epstein rolled in Iran.
Hold on, real quick. They get involved in these different activities that are very, illegal and immoral, and then it can be used as leverage to make them do what they want and orchestrate So you don't want to say things, if you need proven like in a court of law, that shouldn't be the standard as to whether you determine somebody's guilty of something or not, because obviously there's perversions of justice, there's all kinds of things that happen, that people don't get, they don't even go to court, things get, settled out, whatever. So real quick, Ashton, I just want to say that, for example, just to clear a case, to make this clear, is O.J. Simpson's guilty, right? Doesn't matter what happened in court. So there's certain.
He's gonna have a lawsuit.
No, here's the thing, man. This is the crazy part about all Andrews, like those designations. What's happening? Legally, what I noticed about the. What are you saying? Who's saying that? Samoa? Yeah, like you're saying women bathroom, like male bathroom, like let's say female bathroom, male bathroom. When you designate these areas on private property. Oh, on private property. On private. Wait a second. You're gonna have an issue here. Wait a second. Private. You're talking about bathrooms. I think. No. Holding a gym. Okay, but going into a locker room, I don't think is the same. So if you're talking about the bathrooms, right? There's an expectation of privacy there that I think is going to be pretty discreet, and I think that is something that probably we'd be talking about a more clear violation of. Hold on. But if we're talking about generally accessible rooms where people can congregate, whether it be like a locker or something like that, I'm not sure that that's the case. I think that if you're the owner, that you might have the right to be able to do that. I'm not exactly sure. No, it depends on now lockers. Hold on. Lockers.
Then you can't go into a woman's restroom or whatever have you.
Well, no, obviously the trans community can do that, and they do, right? So that's. Right. Exactly. If we can just avoid this really quick, right? Because we understand that. The girls that were a part of the pageant, they weren't comfortable with this, right? Wait a second. Samoa, I want to get to that. Hold on, I want to get to that. Hold on, Sarkar, I want to get you in on this. But let me just say this real quick. If the owner of a gym is a self-identified trans person, right? If they want to go into the locker room of somebody who is the opposite sex, I'm not sure that would be illegal, depending on where you're at. So I don't know that that's the case. So I think we can simply yes, Andrew. Yes, it depends on what the agreement is, but I don't think most of these women agree to be, spied on by some dude. Well, I mean, you may not have to agree to be spied on, quote unquote, for it to be legal for him to do this. So I don't know. From what I'm looking at, have to agree to that. What are you talking about? No, because look, he owns the building, right? It is his. All of the rules and everything that are being signed off on, as far as the people who are contestants or entrants or whatever, there's going to be some text in there, and depending on what it says and how things are to be carried out in the place, I think that's going to make or break. Sign up. Right. So I'm just no. I don't think they need to say explicitly like I'm okay with being spied on, right? Obviously, it could be like there could be some formal language that just would be the case that the legalese, right, under the microscope could be that it actually is legal. And from I've only done a preliminary check on this, but it seems like it's not just clearly illegal. I mean, he made this statement openly, broadly on Howard Stern. Okay, he's saying yes. I just walked into their rooms and they can't do anything about it. Okay, so I think it's probably illegal. See, women see a lot of guys don't understand. No, but the law would come after Ashton. The point is, here's the thing. Just because something against a law doesn't mean you cannot walk into a locker room or any kind of space where women are getting undressed. Women do not sign paperwork consenting to this. I work with all kinds of people, and I can't go into a dressing room of our church and just walk in on people. That is a violation of the law. I absolutely cannot do that. I cannot do that at Walmart or any other place. That would be a violation of federal law because you have the right to privacy and autonomy. That also includes to men. Women can't just walk in the bathroom. There are people in Texas that have gotten in trouble, but you can't do that. You can't walk. Well, yeah. So yes, Texas is going to have some state laws that are probably more. Texas is probably going to have some state laws that are more conservative, but no, that's not just clearly true. Actually, you can't make a blanket statement like that. Obviously, there are people who are biologically of one sex that walk into the bathroom of the opposite sex, and they don't get in trouble. And this does happen. Thank you. So I don't hear it. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead. It doesn't really have an effect because the punishment of this crime, and I don't know the statute of limitation, right, on this crime, is very small. And then when I look at what is happening in the country and the crimes that are going on, right, and then I look at pageant, which Donald Trump owned at the time. Multiple former contestants, including Mariah Bellato, Miss Vermont, Teen USA, and Victoria Hughes, Miss New Mexico, Teen USA, claimed that Trump walked into the dressing room unannounced while they and other participants, some as young as 15, were changing clothes, with Trump allegedly commenting, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." Other contestants corroborated similar experiences, but several others stated they did not recall seeing Trump in the dressing room. These claims resurfaced in 2016 during Trump's presidential campaign amid broader accusations of sexual misconduct. Trump has consistently denied the allegations, calling them fabrications and part of a political smear campaign. He threatened to sue the accusers, but did not follow through on lawsuits related to this specific incident. In a separate 2005 interview on the Howard Stern show, Trump described going backstage at pageants, and we listened to this earlier, he owned while contestants were undressing, saying he could get away with things like that as the owner. But this comment referred to adult pageants like Miss USA and Miss Universe, not Miss Teen USA specifically. Regarding whether this constituted breaking the law, there is no record of any criminal charges, investigations, prosecutions, or convictions related to these actions. No lawsuits were filed by the accusers over the incident, and public sources do not indicate that Trump's alleged behavior was deemed illegal by any court or authority. While the conduct has been described as invasive and inappropriate by those who have made the claims, it did not result in any legal findings of wrongdoing. Now, hold on real quick. Legal analysts, hold on, and we can get other people in this, but hold on real quick. Legal analysts and experts have not extensively commented on or analyzed the specific Miss Teen USA dressing room allegations in depth as a potential criminal matter, largely because the claims never led to any formal legal proceedings, charges, investigations, or lawsuits from the accusers. The allegations surfaced primarily in 2016 from events in 1997 during Trump's presidential campaign, and were treated more as part of broader discussions about his conduct towards women rather than as standalone criminal cases. No prosecutors pursued them, and there is no public record of any criminal complaint being filed or statute of limitation analysis being applied in court. Now, hold on. I know people want to say something, but just real quick, last thing I want to say. Okay, so as far as biological males, you're saying that that's not legal, so I just want to...
That's jumping to the next topic.
The reason why I say this, the reason why this matters is because we're talking about the locker, we're talking about him owning the pageants and going, we were in a general context. No, I know, but we went to the locker room thing, and I just want to say to the locker room thing, okay, it is not the case that that's illegal for a biological male to go into a female's locker room in the United States. It depends on where you're at, okay?
I'm literally reading, if a male owner enters without legitimate urgent cause, members may have grounds to report the incident to law enforcement as privacy violation. Or even criminal offense. But Andrew, here's the thing. Donald Trump could be having them like models and even a strip club, like signing things that document
Right,
that.
that's what I said earlier.
So yeah, and so that really sucks, like.
I agree. Yeah, so I agree that that's got. But pin Andrew down on like the general context. Well, you can pin me down, but I want to say this last one, and you can pin me right up there. Last thing. So a biological male can legally enter or use women's facilities in these main cases as of early 2026, where state or local law explicitly allows access based on gender identity. In states and localities without bans or where anti-discrimination laws protect gender identity, transgender women, biological males who identify as female, are often permitted to use women's facilities matching their gender identity. This stems from interpretations of federal civil rights laws, Title 7, for workplaces, extended in some context to Title 9, and state human rights acts. Private businesses, gyms, retail stores in such areas can adopt inclusive policies without violating the law. Though they face political understanding of what the relationship normally is like between a male owner of, some kind of pageant setup or whatever, or where there's lockers or dressing rooms or whatever, if they're aware that men just typically honor and respect people's private space or women's private space, then they just wouldn't have that worry, even if it is the case that it's explicit in the documents they sign.
No,
But it also,
but what I'm hearing is that Donald Trump explicitly says there's no men there. There's no.
no, I know, I understand that. So what are you trying to? I'm not contesting that. I agree.
Yes, no, I think that this is him, basically acknowledging that this place is only for women. But because he has special privileges being the owner, he's gonna go ahead and gain
Oh yeah. And my whole thing was just to say, I don't think. Look, I'm not validating this morally as far as the reasonable expectation. I think that's going to be much clearer in like a stall, like if somebody came up and like opened a freaking stall, like somehow like pulled it open or like tried to cut the thing and open it. I think that's a problem, and I think you're gonna have a much stronger. There's gonna be like no, I understand, but not having clothes on isn't enough to say that that's a violation. Right? The expectation of privacy there may not be reasonable if they signed anything that says, "Hey, the owner has access." You're done, right? You don't have expectation of privacy. You signed something that opened you up.
You're saying that it could have been legal if they signed something, but in a general sense, it is illegal.
Well, no, I'm not even saying that because I think in certain states, I'm saying no. I agree with the first part. Yes, it's definitely the case if they sign something, it would be legal. Okay, because it's just part of the stand. It's just inclusive into being part of the group that you are going to allow for that kind of thing. But I'm saying separately from that, it's also the case that even if it isn't the case they signed something in certain states, because there's also federal stuff on this too, as far as being inclusive in certain areas. Because I don't agree that it's just across the board. This is illegal unless you make somebody sign something, right? I think there are jurisdictions in the United States where you can identify and you're protected by your self-identity, and you can go into spaces that are typically not for you to be in, right? Typically, and at least historically, but now it's changed, right? So I think people can do things like this in certain situations. So I don't think it's just a blanket thing. That's why I'm saying it's case by case. I don't. There's variations to the whole thing. All I'm saying is my overall point is that Trump is not guilty legally, as far as I can tell, anything breaking the law by going into at least the adult dressing rooms. At least that. Okay, and that's what I would say.
But you do agree, if we were to just kind of look at his situation in a vacuum and just go by his words, we can clearly say that what he's describing isn't actually what you're breaking to in 2026 as far as an all-inclusive
saying, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before. No accusers press criminal charges at the time or later. This could relate to factors like lack of intent to prove voyeurism or invasion of privacy under state laws, which vary by jurisdiction, such as New York or wherever the pageant occurred. Statutes of limitations for potential misdemeanors, often short, e.g., 2 to 5 years for privacy-related offenses in many states, or simply no formal complaints being made to the authorities. So it seems like there's a lot of variables here. It's just not going to be just clear that he broke the law.
I'm saying that we know no charges are there because we're familiar with the actual case. But if we were to just judge it like in a general context, people have a reasonable expectation of privacy from the Fourth Amendment in designated areas that owners of businesses designate themselves. And it just seems a little weird that we're gonna say, hey, a owner can just kind of like violate that. It's cool. It's like what?
Hey, Samoa, are you just keeping your high IQ mind busy and now going anti-Trump? What is going on here? I feel like I'm defending Trump and you're actually the one attacking. Like, what is going on here? Are we in a topsy-turvy world? What is going on, brother? Help me out. I'm actually not defending Trump. I'm just trying to be specific about the law is. I'm actually joking about that. But my point is that earlier he was actually defending against those who were trying to say that, well, I mean, he was trying to be truthful too because they were trying to say that this like tied to pedophilia in some way, I think. And that's not necessarily the case, obviously, because he didn't say he was going into the underage pageant rooms. He said particularly women, and he was talking about, I mean, those ones are going to be referenced as the adult ones, right? He's not saying that like I went into the teen dressing rooms. He never said that. So yeah. So earlier Samoa was defending against those, kind of trying to make that connection. But now he's kind of talking to me about is even what he did do legal. And so now I'm like just saying like no. I mean I don't think there's a problem depending on the setup, and we'd have to look at what was signed by these members and see what rights they were giving up and the jurisdiction it's being held in, because there already may be a very lax, as far as the
I think this laws leads to like the coercion that kind of goes around with the power dynamics when the rich people.
What are you doing? It's the
I'm just saying. Like rich people keep.
Hold on. Would you vote for Joe? Hold on, Samoa. Stop your goldfish right now. Would you vote for Samoa in a third term if you could? Like, would you do that? I'm sorry. Would you vote for Trump?
No. Like, why would I do that?
Are you anti-Trump?
No, I'm not. No, I'm always gonna be pro good ideas. And sometimes.
Do you think Trump has done more good or harm for the nation?
Yeah, so I think that he's the best president or the best option that we've had. That's why I voted for the guy.
Okay, hold on, Samoa. Did you disagree with Joe earlier in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, but just because I did look,
What did you disagree with Joe?
hold on. If we're talking about like something like specific, like what's wrong with giving like an objective view of the situation by removing the biases? Isn't that what like?
No, I think it's good. No. I'm doing that too. But I am because I'm not defending. I'm pretty neutral on Trump these days. I'll just say, so I don't really have strong motivation either way, but I'll just say this. I do want to actually get to the truth of the matter, but you're just kind of perplexing me because I've always looked at you as like, not to say you've done it dishonestly, but I've always thought you were pro-Trump, right? You're gonna stand up against the pink-haired liberals. But now it's like you're almost trying to make the case that like, man, this one really looks like Trump did some bad stuff here, right? He like went in and just like violated these women's privacy, and so I'm just a little perplexed at this shit.
Trump means you have to deny all the bad things he's done. I'm right.
That's not what I'm saying. That's literally not what I'm saying.
What you're saying is this.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
If Zelaya
expression, often combined with smiling or relaxed features. For real. So these are
craziest thing.
no, because here's the thing. Let me just explain this to you. Yeah, hold on real quick. You guys don't want to be pushing against this because obviously there's plenty of context where you're not going to be like, oh, that person was raped, and you're clearly going to say yes, it was Epstein hoax is an attempt by Democrats to deflect from the tremendous success of his administration. He has argued that the media and the Justice Department should instead be focused on issues like election fraud, innocent meetings. So in December 2025, after some documents were released, Trump expressed sympathy for people who innocently met Epstein, including prominent Democrats like Bill Clinton. He argued that the release of photos and names unfairly ruins the reputations of highly respected bankers and lawyers who were simply at the same parties. And then he goes, this is the weaponization of the DOJ. Trump has claimed that the focus on these files is a radical left tactic. He has specifically accused figures like former FBI Director James Comey and former Presidents Obama and Biden of making up information within the files. Okay, so that's specific. He's saying making up information within the files. I don't know that they didn't. I don't know why he said that. I don't know why if they did or did not, right? The shift to transparency. Despite calling the push for the files.
Tell me stop, please, because you just gave the answer. He called it a hoax, man.
No, he didn't call. No, you're not listening.
He gave the answer the first few sentences, man.
I like hearing what he's saying, because I don't disagree with anything he's saying so far. I feel like Cedric is retarded, because we're all on that what Andrew said.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, this is not about understanding. The question is, did he call it a hoax? A hoax.
Nobody is disputing that.
Yeah, you were disputing that, you fucking retard. You were disputing that, you fucking liar.
Please, I'm really trying here, guys. Okay, the shift to transparency. Despite calling the push for files a hoax, the push, keep in mind what he's saying the hoax is. Listen, the push.
Cedric, you got that?
Cedric, a hoax, okay? So despite calling the push for files a hoax, for months, Trump pivoted in November 2024 and again in late 2025 to support their release. His reasoning was that he has nothing to hide, quote unquote, and that releasing the names would ultimately show more damaging ties to Democrats than Republicans. And then this last part of it. Recent actions, the Epstein Files Transparency Act. In November 2025, Trump signed this bipartisan bill into law, which forced the Department of Justice to release hundreds of thousands of documents. So he signs it, cool, right? Criticism of redactions. Following the December 19, 2025 release, Democrats and some Republicans criticized the administration for heavy redactions. Trump's DOJ, led by officials like Todd Blanche, effectively declared the investigation closed in early February 2026, leading to accusations of a full-blown cover-up from Democratic lawmakers. And then Trump continues to deny any knowledge of ethical activities. He recently dismissed newly released emails suggesting he knew about Epstein's conduct as fake news, and has threatened to sue the Epstein estate and certain authors for defamation. So, from what I understand, what he said was a hoax, based on all of the documentation here, is that he's saying that the Epstein hoax is the attempt or the push to release the files, and it's some sort of deflection from admiring what he's doing.
He's calling the files a hoax, man. I don't know what's
Nowhere to say that.
Hold on, Andrew.
You're fucking retarded.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, you more.
You're actually fucking retarded.
Yeah, you're fucking retarded as well.
somebody goes to prison, right, and hold on real quick. If somebody goes to prison and I say, look, I know that person's in prison, that happened, but they're a great person, right? Aren't I still saying something that's giving them praise? I don't know.
He hides the fact that she obviously did what she did. He's not saying she's innocent.
That's
That
what
would
he
be
said.
outrageous.
That's literally what he said.
Question he
He
asked.
didn't say that.
He didn't say
Okay,
they're
listen,
innocent.
okay, respectfully, you
He
just
didn't say she's
When
innocent.
we're asking about praise, do you understand?
He's not praising her.
No, so I see what Norman was saying. It could be the context
so that means that it didn't happen, right?
Maybe an email between Trump and
There's no
So
evidence.
that means it didn't happen if they don't take
There was
pictures.
no evidence.
So
No
stupid.
evidence means that we're just making
innocent until proven guilty, like a
correct.
dumb
That's
fuck.
correct.
Scumbags are
Yeah, but if you're interested in the truth, you would look at the the situation and not just, oh, they don't have any pictures, so that happened.
You're convinced that he doesn't
Well, no, but you need some evidence that it happened. You can't just say it happened because you made it up.
People are just mentally
Me, what? I didn't make any, like I said, I wasn't even looking at this shit until
Wait,
today.
if you're saying that there was a child sex ring and for money and everything, there's no evidence of that. Sorry. There are some victims and they are recovering money, but there's no evidence that all these people that was getting their names, that they went to Epstein Island and paid for child sex.
There are victims of what?
there's no
They're
email.
victims of
Private Epstein talking about
Wait, let him talk, bro. You just babble, man. You just push rhetoric and just babble. Just let someone else talk. What'd you say? What were they victims of?
trafficking.
Trafficking. As in what?
Trafficking. Trafficking means by force or fraud, you transported the woman and had sex with them. That's what trafficking is.
Okay. And
Force
these
or
are
fraud.
yeah.
And these are women of age, by the way. There were also some that were underage.
Okay.
Both.
Yeah, and who did this?
Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Okay. And Trump is involved with this person, right?
Wrong.
Also, Trump hasn't had any involvement with Epstein?
No. Not since 2000 and I don't know what.
Yeah, not since BC did at some point.
What? Oh, they knew each other. They lived in the same neighborhood.
Okay, so he's had involvement with him.
Well, no, not with the same involvement. I said they lived in the same neighborhood. They were neighbors, like the milkman and the guy who wanted to.
Yeah, no, he also he spoke to him.
Has he had criminal involvement?
He spoke to him. He was his friend, right?
Well, they were neighbors, like I said.
Yeah. He used to talk to him, and he was a close friend.
I mean, you live in New York, you have a lot of neighbors. I wouldn't say close, but.
Okay, so anybody listening to this knows Norm is full of shit.
Why?
Like, I don't even have to argue against
No, so you're just too dumb.
like he is no, yeah, shut the fuck up, you retard. Yeah, we know that he is a good friend of Epstein, and he had to get away from him and start being friends with him because he was so close to him to begin with.
They live on the same street.
Check the chat.
He wouldn't have to distance himself if they weren't close friends to begin with.
No, they just didn't like him anymore.
I'm glad we established that, Trump was closely tied to this person that you admit,
No, I think quite the opposite.
abuse young people. And there's other young people, right, in the case saying that Trump did the same to them. So I don't know why that's such a
There's no evidence.
stretch for you.
You can make up stories, but that doesn't mean
But we know it happened with the person he's involved with. So if someone else says that he did it to them, I'm inclined to believe that there's a lot of credibility.
Somebody I know, you probably have criminals in your family. Probably everybody does. That doesn't mean that you're a criminal. You know that? Can I have that?
Yeah, but nobody, no one that's accusing them is accusing me. Like,
There's no credible accusation of Trump either.
It's credible to me if the person that he knew was accused of the same thing.
It's credible to you just because you made it up in your head. There's no evidence.
Why you keep saying making it up, bro? I'm talking about other people, so I didn't make up anything.
But you're choosing to believe them. And you're making
So stop saying I made it up. Nah, you're making up shit.
You did make it up. If you don't have any evidence.
I didn't make it up. I'm repeating what they said, you fucking idiot.
Right, but you're saying as though you believe it. That belief is.
Yeah, so I didn't make it up, so stop lying and saying I made it up.
You're choosing to believe
was saying like this vitriol for Trump or whatever. I didn't feel that way until today. Like I actually learned more about the evidence against Trump today. So that's when I finally took that step as far as seeing him in that light. I wasn't like looking at Trump as a pedophile.
What
So
evidence? Tell us about it.
terrible. I mean, I thought he was a piece of shit, but I didn't put him in this category. So no, this is not coming from my. Shut the fuck up. You fuck. Yo, can you? I don't know if you. Would you consider throwing this guy down?
Yeah,
It's fucking
let's
wrong.
finish. Yeah, let's
Yeah, so I didn't. Yeah, you can't say anything bad about his Lord and Savior. But I didn't have anything any particular like focus on Trump in a negative way, even though I had my feelings about him. So it was not until today learning about the
You think you just added?
it wasn't today learning in detail about his involvement.
What detail did
I think that like the problem that I'm also.
Wait, it's gonna be my turn. I think you're more. I thought.
How is your turn more than his turn?
It was supposed to be to go after him. Yeah.
Wait, I really want to know about the evidence. Cedric, tell us.
There's no talking to you, Joe. There's no talking to
I
you.
want to know about the evidence.
You found some evidence.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you the evidence. You're gonna see some dumb shit, and then I'm gonna respond again. You're gonna see more dumb crap. It's like law
Here's the issue, right?
I mean,
He's getting butthurt that everybody talks about Trump.
No, say that.
he knew 22 years ago they lived down the block from each other. That's what you got.
Yeah, you just get butthurt, bro. You can't. It's so annoying. How did this dedicated to one person? Even if you're on his side, like this.
I'm on this side. I'm on the side.
Alright.
I wasn't talking to you. You're being a nigga too.
Can we calm down for 1 second, guys? 1 second.
I just want to know what the evidence is. Like, why are
We'll
we
get to
so
there. We'll
stupid
get to
we
that.
can't find their
Joel, we'll get to that. Now, here's the thing, right? It seems like there's not really any structure. It seems like we want to get to the evidence. All I'm really hearing is, yes, he did. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. Right? So how do either of you, like Joel is asking for evidence, right? Do you feel like going to get it, Cedric? Do you feel like sharing with us today what you've read, or even if you just feel like reflecting on what you remember?
Man, let's not make blast, man. You already showed what side you're on. I don't want to respond to this idiot because I've been going back and forth with him. It's not about having a conversation or not engaging.
I can sense that. I can see you guys like don't really want to talk to each other, but you keep going back and forth.
I'm not talking to him. He's a fucking moron.
But you've literally been talking to him, right? So like here's
I'm saying I wasn't gonna talk to him just now. Now you're trying to get me to talk to him, and you're telling me I want to when I don't want to.
Okay, well, it's all good. Okay. It was hard to tell that you didn't want to because you kept doing it for like 15
You're the one that's had to reintroduce
So, like,
him.
here's the-
To tell. I was moving on.
This is pretty common when you ask.
Let's move it in another direction. Let's just move the conversation in another direction.
That's super common on the left. Just if you ever want to make a left be a retard, change the topic, just say, okay, what's the proof that you have? And they'll instantly.
Yeah, I already responded to you multiple different ways. Like I said, this room is recorded, bro, so it's not like you're getting anything over anything.
No, you have evidence. Say it right now, please. 30 seconds, super quick.
I already told you. Someone came out and talked about how Trump molested him.
There was an investigation
Around an allegation with no proof is your proof.
Right. You don't even know what you consider as proof. Like you feel like you're going in circles.
You guys, I saw Cedric touch a 3-year-old girl and rape her. That's it, you're a rapist.
You don't know what you consider as proof, Joel.
There is a difference between a random person on Clubhouse saying something and someone making a sworn affidavit statement under penalty of perjury.
Can we go?
Nobody ever lies under oath. All those people.
So now he's saying nobody lies
When they're
under
under
oath.
oath,
See how it's always
the
different.
guilty people that kill their
He doesn't
wives
just
when
say
they're under
that.
oath.
Joel would definitely accept all of this. If he was a Democrat, we know
If
this.
somebody's under oath, it literally makes it.
Joel, you would definitely support all of this if it was against a Democrat. You wouldn't hesitate to say that's evidence at all.
Yeah,
But it's Trump, so of course you need full evidence. You need there to be someone that took that picture, for you to believe it.
Somebody's word. I actually require proof. I actually have
someone saying innocent until proven guilty, right? At least for President Trump, I can see that because he doesn't really have the long rap sheet of unfortunate entanglements that Trump has, right? I'm sorry, that Epstein has, right? So maybe I could understand somebody saying we need a little more evidence, or it's because I haven't read all the files either. Has anyone here read all the files? Not 3 million. Yeah, so I mean, like, there's a lot of shit in there, and I mean, I'm familiar with at least one crazy allegation, right? But I mean, I think overall, I'd still need to like see like maybe this adjudicated in the court of law. You know what I'm saying? Or look to see what charges are brought forward. You know what I'm saying? I haven't really seen any charges brought forward, so I think that kind of indicates that kind of means something. Another gentleman said that there are many law firms that could stand to benefit from pressing charges on behalf of many people who may be stakeholders in the situation, but they haven't really brought forth any litigation. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that's a point to his credit. But I don't know. I feel like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, just in my last statement before he left, most sophisticated crimes rarely leave proof, right? Because proof is something definitive, it's empirical, it makes something factual. Most criminal conspiracies will leave evidence, and the evidence is cumulative. So it's not any one piece of the evidence would convict someone, but the totality that paints a picture. And when you look at the total image, at a minimum, it's sus as fuck. Like, just anyone good faith is just gonna look at this and go, come on, bro, this is weird. He's talking about, in '02, he's calling Epstein his best friend. And then a couple of years later, he's saying, oh, I barely know the guy. We had a falling out. And in his words, because he, quote, stole one of my employees from Mar-a-Lago more than once. And I told him, hey, don't do it again. And he did it again. And then I said he was banned. And so it's like, wait a minute. So best case scenario, if you're a Trump supporter, is that Trump knew about it, but thought, hey, look, he's deep in the game. He's a billionaire with billionaire friends. I'm going to ban him from my property, but I'm not going to, like, make a big stink of it and go on. Like, remember the five from New York City? He said he hates rapists so much, right? He hated that rape so much. But he's not going to do that for Epstein, because Epstein's connected. So he's just going to back up and, call the Democrats corrupt and hint at it, but never actually do anything about it and say anything too direct. That's best case scenario, which means he's complicit. Worst case scenario is that he's complicit because he's left evidence behind that can be blackmailed against him. And since we know Epstein literally is blackmailing people, there's no reason
she was sex trafficked by Epstein while working for Trump. And to Trump's credit, Trump says that she was the last straw, and that's when he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago.
The last straw that he stole her, or last straw because of the fact that
His quote is stole. His quote is stole.
right, no, right, okay, right. So, but well, what do you mean to his credit? Like which part? Because are you saying he was aware of trafficking at the time? Was the
Well, the reason I say to his is because if you take it from a good faith perspective, it's like, look, that doesn't necessarily mean he's guilty of being a part of the sex trafficking. But he's also complicit in not like outing Epstein for this.
oh well, but you're gonna have you shown that he. So what's the silver bullet that he knew that Epstein was doing these things?
The woman's legally pursued actions against Epstein.
But how did he know? How did he know that?
Trump, think about like, no, just imagine, right? Good faith, good faith.
I'm trying.
If it's me, and I'm the guy, I own Mar-a-Lago, and there's some creep who's like taking young girls from my place of business, and complaints are coming in because I'm the CEO, I'm the fucking Trump. How do I even know about this? How much of a kerfuffle is it causing that it reaches my desk? And my people are telling me, hey, this is a problem, and now I'm making fucking public statements about it. At some point, I'm right next to Virginia, aren't I? I'm right next to her as she's pursuing Epstein. I'm like, yeah, you go, Virginia, and I'll cover your legal expenses. But not only is he not doing that, he's kind of trying to hands off of it, like, hey, hot potato. And to me, that's why I say, if I give him the benefit of the doubt, I go, look,
just on the younger side. That's already like, whoa, and that's in 2002. Fast forward to 2005, this young lady is recruited by Ghislaine off of his property. And his company's hiring 16-year-old homeless girls to massage billionaires. That's already a bad look, right? She gets promoted to the VIP private section, which is on the Mar-a-Lago property. So it's all Mar-a-Lago. Ghislaine meets her there after she's already been promoted. Then recruits her to work with Epstein, and that's when she says she gets sex trafficked to all these famous rich people. And then like 3 years later, she's pressing charges. And then the charges go through the court process.
So here's what I believe is going on, right? Jeffrey Epstein is an international human trafficker, right? So he probably goes to many places, and like he had passports of young ladies from the former Soviet bloc, right? Just so it's like, I don't believe that every place that he goes, the owner of the establishment is aware of his nefarious intentions. I believe that, he shows up, he's a rich billionaire or whatever, and and I notice that the person that you're talking about never accused Donald Trump of any wrongdoing, according to what you're saying. She never said that Donald Trump primed her or groomed her to be ready for, you know what I'm saying? Like, according to what you just read, she worked for Donald Trump, nothing happened. She went to work for Jeffrey Epstein because he was around, bad things happened. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I heard, and I also just feel like it's perfectly possible that Donald Trump is just like many of the other guys in the Epstein files. Like, I don't think anyone's reading the Epstein files and like accusing everybody in them of being straight up, like,
Bro, let's be honest, man. He seems like he knew Epstein well enough. Like, he seems to each other closer than his like his circle. And the quote that Truth keeps reading, he was, it seemed like he was aware that Epstein liked like teenagers or whatever. Because he said
that also, and to be fair, it's important. In 2002, these men are like 40 years old and 50. So if he's like 40 years old and 50 and he likes a 30-year-old woman, he likes someone younger and competitive to him.
Nobody would describe a 30-year-old woman that's on the younger side. Come on, bro.
Dude, if
No.
we're both
Especially,
like,
but it's
No. Come on, man.
Well, it's important to be good faith because what you're saying is not untrue, but we have broader context that makes that less likely. He's constantly photographed around teenage girls. So there's no reason to think
Jeffrey
Trump's
Epstein
talking
and
about
Donald Trump.
both of them. Trump literally owns beauty pageants where the average age of the contestant is a minor. And he has quotes talking about, oh yeah, I can go backstage and no one's allowed there because, they're undressed and stuff, and so no men are allowed, but I'm the owner, so it's
That quote was actually about a beauty pageant for adult women.
Let me triple check that because if you're correct, I'll retract it.
I mean,
But saying 30 is what he meant, or could have meant.
30, even 25. Like, bro, if we're
Bro, like, okay, I'll give you this thing, early 20s. Early 20s, you could say it's younger, but nobody's describing a 30-something-year-old as younger woman. Like,
I don't think you're
especially not when you're 40. Like, that's basically, that's basically in the same range.
Bro, if we're both 50, bro, yeah, he was, in 2002, he was most definitely at least around 50 years old. So it's like,
He's still not gonna describe a 30-something-year-old as on the younger side.
like, if we're both 50 and I catch a 30-year-old, I just did my thing, bro. I caught a PYT. You know what I'm saying?
So in the 70s, you're gonna describe a 40-year-old as on the younger side. That's not how it works. We know what you mean.
I'm just saying, but I mean,
Middle age is younger, and middle age older. Like, it's all consistent. It stays the same. You know what I'm saying?
All I'm saying is this, man. Based on what was read, right? Because I think people rightfully and respectfully asked for evidence, right? Truth presented and made a compelling case, but I think that Truth failed to offer evidence that indicates Donald Trump is guilty of
it's either one of two things, or maybe even three if we want to be extra charitable. Either he knew something fishy was going on, but not quite, probably didn't look into it. But again, see, that doesn't track if we're being
Based on what, though? Based on what?
So here's the quote. Here's the quote. In July 29, 2025.
Okay, this is at the time. Oh, in July. So this is a recent quote.
Yeah, this is recent.
Okay, go ahead.
And this is when he's being asked about Virginia, and he goes, "I have a great spa, blah 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 blah." People were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And then when I heard about it, I told him, "Listen, we don't want you taking our people." And then someone goes, "What did you do when you found out about Virginia?" He doesn't directly answer. Instead, he replies, "He took people. Because he took those people, I said, don't do it anymore." He did it again, and that's when I ended it, referring to their relationship. And that's when he said they had their falling out, because he did say me and Epstein were friends and we had a falling out. So in his own words, they were great friends up until the point that he, best case scenario, was poaching 16-year-old masseuses. Come on, And then within 3 years, that masseuse is pressing charges against Epstein, saying she was sex trafficked. Nowhere does Trump show up to support her, pay for her legal counsel, show any kind of support, say that this is horrible. He just ghosts Epstein and refuses to be in the same room with him ever again. And that's why I say I can even just couch that under the idea of Epstein's a powerful guy. He doesn't want to get in the mix of it. That doesn't mean he's guilty, right? Doesn't mean he's guilty. But at a minimum, he knew something. I don't know what he knew, but you can't know nothing, because how desperate are people to recruit 16-year-old masseuses from alleged billionaire friends of theirs who've been friends for 15 years? That just doesn't track with my human experience. That doesn't make any sense.
That is interesting. Yeah, that is.
He was on Epstein's plane 8 times. 8 times in the plane.
Okay.
And again, that doesn't mean he's guilty. I'm saying
No, this is good. This is good. No, I understand. So I'm just that was good. So Alessandro, help me out here. What would be the context in which it would be a normal, organic thing to where Epstein would take this girl, right? Like they're fighting over the experience to masseuse, right? What would he do? Now I could be well, just to kind of maybe answer my own question to some degree. If Epstein's a creep and Trump doesn't know about it, and Epstein's eyeballing one of his, he hangs out with Trump and he sees this girl, and he's like, oh, I want to, whatever, I want to get her and whatever. So then he just initiates the grooming, has his link, come do whatever, however. I think that might be an organic way to do it, where Trump doesn't necessarily have to know that something's going on. He just realizes. I think Trump would question why. It seemed like it would make sense for Trump to question why Epstein would be interested in having this girl work for him. That does seem kind of strange. It seemed like there might be some kind of, I don't know.
I could view it as so when the young lady applies for jobs, Donald Trump is now probably down there at the front desk trying to see who's applying. You know what I mean? She's a young lady. She came in. She's looking for work. She probably told one of the ladies there, "Hey, I'm actually homeless." You know what I mean? And they're like, "Oh, okay. Well, instead of being a waitress, we could give you training for at least some type of skilled work, maybe being a masseuse." You know what I'm saying? Then once you're old enough and you graduate while you're going to college, now you have experience doing something that pays more than being a waitress. Maybe they're certifications she can get or whatever the hell to make her a legitimate masseuse or something. Right? It's I can see them being okay, well, here's a pathway forward in life that you could at least have something to do. That's more than just being a waitress here. And then and that could be Donald Trump, his company looking out for the community. She was a homeless kid. She has a job. It's actually something that requires skill, maybe leading towards something she could do on the side in the future. Here comes Jeffrey Epstein, and he's swooping off with young ladies, right? And the first few times Trump is all right, that's interesting. And then surprised Trump at this moment in time, but.
And the timeline makes so much sense too. It's in '02, me and Epstein are best friends. By '08, Epstein is convicted and Trump has ghosted Epstein. So it's like within 6 years, they go from best friends to I'm not talking to him ever again. I don't even know that guy. And in that period, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And so
come on, man.
Hold on, because like look at this. You say you fell asleep.
Yeah, how'd you turn your back on Miss USA and Miss Universe, not Miss Teen USA. Some social media posts claimed he talked about Miss Teen USA, but fact checks show the quote was misattributed. He goes on to say Trump did say on Howard Stern that he went backstage at pageants. That's right. He owned, but then in his verified it earlier. We verified the audio earlier. Yeah, that's right. But I think that he's, for some reason, he has evidence to the contrary. So that's why I was like, kind of like.
Yeah, I think what people have done, because he said as the owner of the pageant or something like that, I walk into the dressing room and the women are undressed and they can't do anything say that they don't have their own illicit desires and that they themselves are seeking certain.
But it seemed like he was the one initiating, like Howard. Throwing themselves at you, like he didn't even really.
No. Keep in mind.
It seemed like that's what's happening.
No. Yeah. Keep in mind, he is being the pervert in the situation for sure. The women probably aren't actually attracted to Trump. Look at him; he's not exactly an attractive man. Okay, that's not the issue. The point is that they have other things that they want, right? They want social hierarchy. They want to climb the
shouldn't be shocked if you found out he did know.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with that.
And from there, it's like that's enough for me to go, okay, this guy's creepy. He's into some. He's associated with. Because it'd be one thing if he had like this stellar record and then Epstein's a dirtbag. No, he says creepy shit.
Epstein is not into 30-something-year-old women. Trump said he knows Epstein likes women on the younger side. To me, that's almost a smoking gun, but that's still not enough.
Well, I think
So that's what I'm saying, truth, man. Like, I don't think it's gonna go much further.
the reason I pointed out that I don't know if he's like a pedophile is because I think there is a huge moral gap between someone who is like predatory and targeting girls as young as he can get.
No, truth, I'm saying him knowing about Epstein. Because Andrew's saying, like, he's still not sure if he knew Epstein was
I'm
like
saying something different because it's like Epstein was actually a pedophile. Like he actually likes like 8-year-olds. Like the youngest person on the I can't remember now. They had a list of all the victims. One of them was like 7 or 8. So he's a
crazy. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, he's a genuine pedophile. I don't know if I think Trump's like a pedophile because I think he's just interested in young girls who can't resist him and he has maximum leverage. And that's still creepy and illegal, but it's not the same monster. And I think that's what
I was just saying he knows because Andrew was putting like contestant. I'm saying
it seems like, you know what I mean? Like, because honestly, so many people around the world were in communication and dealing with Epstein. Donald Trump is one of them, right? And it just turns out to be the case that Epstein, like, he had to, if you were a powerful person on earth, you probably rubbed shoulders with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you see what I'm saying?
The being
Like,
almost
like,
kind
so
of
you
unique
can't.
place.
I
I think
think
you
that,
need
like,
to
getting
be
into,
more than
but then I think that you're taking something like, think about it like this. You come to an Epstein party. Obviously, he's into human trafficking, and he's probably got like a bunch of young ladies of probably legal age. If he's doing like a party where there's a bunch of people there, but you see him there, and he's like, since he's human trafficking, he's just like surrounded by a bunch of young women, or you know what I mean? And like, and he's, you know what I'm saying? He's starting to like start making out with one or something. You know what I mean? Because it's like if you see this, and we're both like 50-year-olds, and one of us starts like making out with like a 25-year-old. The story is that you like young women. Like if we're gonna get completely.
Yeah, I don't think Trump only met him in like the most like the places.
But no, these.
Like he traveled on his plane. It seemed like he had like
There's the evidence that he was on the plane with all these underage chicks that you're.
That's not the point I'm making. I'm saying that he knew Epstein on in different contexts other than what you're illustrating. So I think if Epstein, was, doing his usual thing with like younger women, Trump would probably be able to be in the position to observe that. He doesn't have to be at like public parties only that.
Says the problem's gonna be like the boss. He said I'm done. Let me throw in one more thing. It's like I think like we gotta consider that many people exist in multiple contexts. People who are breaking the law typically like don't do it in every context in which they find themselves, right? It's like if you're a man who's like Jeffrey Epstein is in contact with world leaders who have also been on that plane, and leaders of industry who have also been on that plane. You think that he's just bringing on like little child trafficked people every time somebody rich and famous gets on the plane? He probably hides that, right? He probably isn't like, oh, what Trump? Let me start doing weird shit right in front of you. Like, you know what I mean? Like that doesn't even like.
Thanks because Donald Trump like tweets that had gone into rooms with underage people changing, and he was in contact with someone that seemed to be really into underage people. So I don't think that's something Epstein would hide away from him.
There's no allegations. Right. It's like there's no allegations from Team USA of Donald Trump. Like,
what are you talking about? He said that
like, you know what I'm saying? They said that
accused
I
Trump
know
of
what he read, man. I'm just pointing out that
So.
You also protect a lot of that. Just letting those. That's all. I'm just gonna leave it at that. The conversation because I don't. Everything you said, I think to anybody that's being realistic and like that's like.
Well, let me respond to that.
To go on that Trump and charge him and everything, but
hold on, Coulson, you need to wait. Coulson, you need to wait real quick. I want to respond to Cedric real quick. Beef welcome, tapioca, segula, blangada, and crazy. Yeah, hang tight. Just real quick, I want to say this in response to he liked the younger women statement, right? So I just pulled up the ages of known, relationships that he had with women. And the age differences. So keep this in mind. Epstein was born in January 20th, 1953. He died at 66 in 2019. Okay. So Eva Anderson, she was born in 1961. She was former Miss Sweden. He dated her from 1981 to 1992, about 11 years. Epstein's age at the time. Hold on, I'm giving it. Epstein's age during the relationship, he was 28 when he initiated her, when they had the relationship, and she was 20, 28, 20. Okay. Then they dated up until he was 39 and she was 31. There was an 8-year gap. Okay. Ghislaine Maxwell. Epstein was 38 to 42. So 38 when he initiated or whatever, and she was 30 to 34, right? So there was it was a 4-year relationship, and there was an 8-year gap. Again, younger. The woman was on the younger side. Okay. Karina Shuliak. Okay. His age was 57. Her age 30. Okay. So 30, 57. Right. There you go. And it was now just to keep they're saying there's a 20 to 30-year gap because her exact age, her exact birth year is not publicly precise. So they're giving a range there between 30s and 40s is what they're saying. So she was either 30 to 40. He was 57 to 66 at that time, right? So 56. Sorry, she was in her 30s to 40s, and he was 57 when he initiated, and the relationship ended when he was 66. And then you get down to the ones that are like the ones where, because this is later, this is later life is when the age gap started to get dramatic. So Annie Farmer was 16. There was a 43, and Epstein was 43. Courtney Wild, she was 14. He was 49. Virginia was 15. He was 46. And Paul, I don't know, there's some other ones here that said Epstein was typically in his 40s to 50s
person or the generation of the person. Have you given any person that yet?
No, I mean, we're not getting into that. We're just discussing the facts of the matter, like, you know, what young meant and stuff like that. But I mean, I guess yeah, like people have married younger in the past, and not even talking about that. Like, you already did make clarifications on that, as far as like maybe Trump wasn't like into actual children, like he wasn't like a pedophile in that sense. But
Like social
as far as like younger people, like young like teenagers, like it seems like that might be the case.
Alright, let me know when I capture. Good morning.
Go ahead, Monica. Hit it.
So, the press, the Access Hollywood illegal recording of Donald Trump says that he values consent. If people would pay attention and listen to or read the transcript, if you can't stand his voice, he talks about the reporter that was fixing to interview him. And he says, when I see a beautiful woman, I just start kissing them. I can't help myself. But he also says, they'll let you. When you're a star, they'll let you.
What is this like crazy?
I don't know why I'm being interrupted.
This is crazy. What's going on?
Yeah, we've got a
She said it's the total opposite. It's crazy.
It's not.
You're crazy for that, Monica. You're crazy.
I don't care what your opinion of me is. I'd like to make my argument, and then you can refute my argument without the ad hominem attack.
It's so crazy.
Wouldn't that be cool?
It's so
Wouldn't
crazy.
that be great, Cedric, if you stop telling me about what you have literally think of me and just address my argument?
Go ahead. It's so crazy.
This is the fourth time I'm interrupted by Cedric,
So
and I haven't even gotten 3 full sentences out.
Do you want to touch
Please don't respond to her, man, please, and just allow her.
Just go ahead with your crazy stuff, man.
They'll let you when you're a star. They'll let you because there are some women who are motivated by the desire for fame, fortune, and power that they will allow themselves to be used by men because they're using men. And to be naive that there aren't those type of women in the world is why I get so frustrated with some men and some women. He said I took her furniture shopping, but I couldn't get there. She was married at the time. If consent didn't mean anything to Donald J. Trump, her being married or her consenting would not have mattered. The people are so anti-Trump and delusional with it that they cannot process second-order consequences. Also, he's a germaphobe.
It's crazy.
He's a germaphobe. 8 years ago, people were maniacally bitching on social media. P-tapes, release the P-tapes, the P-tapes. The rumor was that he had had 2 Russian prostitutes pee on the bed that Obama slept in Russia. But he's a germaphobe. He doesn't even like shaking people's hands. He's made that consistently, publicly known. But y'all go ahead with y'all Trump hatred and bigotry because y'all narrow-minded fools insist on painting him evil and villainous.
That was actually
Thank
good.
you for the mic time.
That was good, Monica.
Wait, what
That was
was
actually
it
good.
other than
That was mad to sweet, but that was good.
That was actually good what she just said.
Yeah, it's mad.
Yeah, I think both of those things are true. He is a germaphobe, and I forgot about that. That is true. That's why he does fist bumps. And so there's a lot about him not wanting human contact. So that is going to play some role in some of it. You are going to want to think about that. He's not just going around. He's averse to interacting with humans on a physical touch level. So there's that. So that there might be just a lot of self-aggrandizing going around, being like, I can just grab women by the, but then how much of that he's actually doing, maybe a completely different story. So that's one thing. But hold on real quick. But then the other thing she said about they let me, that's not saying that that doesn't mean that he is coercive or that it is without consent. Obviously, I said earlier, implied consent doesn't have to, there can be consent without anything said at all. Okay? A person can just by their facial expression, their
suspect a body in the trunk. But wouldn't it have been nice if he had some suspicion? You're not supposed to wait until you find the bodies, ideally, especially if people are showing a repeated pattern of behavior. He was convicted by a jury who reviewed the evidence and concluded that he indeed raped a woman. And the rape in question was literally grabbing her pussy.
Yeah, I understand. Well, first of all, I'd love to know the sequence of when he claimed that I can grab him by the pussy versus the court case. You know, because I've looked in that as well.
Please check the chat.
You're filling in a lot. You're filling in a lot because he didn't say I asked anything. He just said you can just start doing it, and they don't say anything.
Well,
That implies that he's not asking.
You are being exceptionally uncharitable. She just said, look what Monica said. He tries to buy him furniture. He's trying to woo him, buy it from them basically, right? And they're not into it. And then he's like, but I can just go up and she's married. That's another problem, right? And keep in mind, this is in like a comedy show. I think it's a comedy podcast or something. I can't remember. And I don't know, Monica, maybe you can speak on that. But it's like some kind of comedy context. So obviously he could be just showing some bravado and amplifying, exaggerating. But picture what you're really saying if you take what he's saying verbatim. He's going into a place where he just goes up without, he doesn't even have to introduce himself or anything. Doesn't even just goes up, just grab him.
He goes into rooms and looks at women naked without any
No, that's a
whatsoever. So of course, I don't think that's beyond him. No, he described it in a way that sounds just like that. So yeah, I think that's what he did.
Those are two different things. Somebody who owns a pageant and has the right to different rooms,
He doesn't respect these women's privacy. He doesn't seem to respect them.
I'm not saying he's a respectful person. Trump is not.
Well, then why do you think that's so beyond him to go and just grab someone?
There's a difference between saying something. But I know that.
Can I ask Monica a question?
Yeah, I know.
Never been in a model dressing room. These girls go out naked around in there, getting dressed for the next going on stage.
Let's keep excusing this.
Yeah, well, I just want to say, I agree on that. I want to let other people go. So, hey, hold on real quick. So, Truth, I just want to say this in response to you, and I'll kick it over to whoever is just trying to speak down there. Okay, so you're right? Don't wait until, to see the signs, right? Don't, a stitch in time saves nine, or, whatever. Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? We come about expressions. On the flip side, you know how the legal system is based on this, like, maxim, right? It is better that 10 guilty persons escape than that one innocent suffers. Okay? So the flip side of that is you call the man a pedophile. You start saying, I'm not saying you, to this the general you. Remember that discussion you had? So,
touch the heart of every human, like Solzhenitsyn said so eloquently in the Gulag.
So when Monica's speaking, let's just like think of it basically she's speaking as a woman. She is what she believes as what a woman might think, Cedric. Like in a sense, like
for women, I speak for Monica.
I know, but like what she also speaks as a woman who has a woman's mindset, right? Like I'm more like steadfast, and you guys are like different than what like how I'm gonna think.
Cedric bailed after he called me evil, not. Wait, hold on. What did he say in the chat?
demonize people like an easy topic is immigration. I'm super what's the word? I'm super sympathetic to people who are staunch, strong border protectionists who want limited immigration. But if you can't recognize that, like, the manner with which ICE is conducting themselves goes against American values, then you have supplanted your values with evil. You're so focused on mob mentality and evil that you're like, yeah, who cares that people are being pulled out of churches? It's like, what? And you couldn't run on that. That's why it wasn't ran on that. What was ran on? We heard they're not sending their best. We're going after the bad hombres. But then when you witness someone being pulled out of a church pew and it's revealed that they have no criminal record and they're just working and maybe they overstayed a visa, you're like, well, who cares? Brutalize them. Get them the fuck out. It's like, all right, you're evil then, bro. Like, just say you're evil. Like, that's not good. It's not even policy because that's not sustainable. That's not really stopping illegal it's imposing fear. It's ensuring that people come in, like, and then they can point, say, see, border crossings are down, not because of policy, but because of fear. And that fear is through intimidation and evil tactics. And that's just one example. There's so many examples. But
So wait, the fear you're talking about has raised $20 billion in the last 2 months in tariffs for American population.
who pays the
Fear,
tariff? Who pays the tariff?
the fear you're talking about also.
Who pays the
You're
tariff?
saying so you're saying the mob when you're calling the mega the mob, but that when actually the liberals are the ones out there in the streets mobbing the ICE who are trying to do their job, but you won't see a Somali, you won't see an illegal immigrant out there fighting for their rights, but their protection. But you'll see these liberal tard white gay or pathetic white people who are thinking they're better than nothing.
See how it got hateful though? You see how it got
No, it's not hateful.
See how he's proving my point?
I'm white, and I see this.
There's black people who hate white people too.
I'm not hate black people.
No, but
You
you're
won't see a
rhetoric
black
and
person.
rhetoric just hate.
You won't see a black person get out there and get in the way of ICE because it's no longer about them being black or white. It's about illegal. And that's the thing. They're not illegal on the ground. So why are they going to join something that doesn't have a thing to do with them? Why are white liberal women and men joining a thing that has nothing to do with them?
Just to defeat.
Why aren't the illegals
Are you
out
gonna
there
keep going,
doing
brother?
this?
Respectfully, you've raised
But
3
why
points already.
aren't the illegals out there protesting? Why aren't they the ones
Do you have a
trying to
fourth
stop
point,
ICE?
or just respond to the first
Why
one?
aren't they the ones trying to stop ICE? Because
Well, cool. See,
they're the ones
let's
going
allow
to
him
get
to
caught
respond
and all
real
that.
quick, right? Because cool. See, I mean, like some people might easily just say, okay,
Okay.
so
Alright.
everybody
But
doesn't
if
like.
they won't get out there and protest themselves. That's
Just
all
allow
I'm saying.
someone to respond because I feel like you're making the same point over and over again.
I will.
If you just allow truth to get.
Yeah, so one, I think that your response to me actually kind of provided a little bit of evidence to what I'm talking about. You went into a knee-jerk defensive place, and your first
But
instinct
you're
was
called
hate.
Nazis and mobs.
Cool, let me finish, please. So your
because you brought up disparaging her character, it's enough where if someone was a fan of Trump and they don't want to see him that way, you know, and it's just a one-off, maybe they're like, maybe he's not a rapist. But when you look at the surrounding details of how he's conducted himself publicly, let alone what he does when no one's looking, I wouldn't call that evil. I would call it negligent and I don't know, bad faith. Where it becomes evil, like I said earlier, is the mob mentality and the knee-jerk defensiveness and the reactionary aggression, as demonstrated by Cool C.
Well, that's cool. See, that's not me. What about the people that will protect convicted pedophiles? Would you call them good?
If their hearts believe this person's a pedophile and they're defending them, they're scum of the earth.
And so the people that are protecting the people that ICE are trying to detain and deport, over 50% of which are and have some criminal records and are no, it's not. It's in. I didn't say 75%. I said over 50%.
No, 75% have no criminal record.
That's not true.
Can you guys
Let's go get a
source?
It's in the chat. The link is in the chat.
Cool. Let me check your link. Also, yeah, I'm not opening your X links. You have to find a third-party credible news source, please.
No.
Okay, then I'm not taking you serious. But I'll go find a third-party credible news source.
No.
I think that over this whole course of it, it seems like he's not calling people like that. I think that I'm not really convinced that Donald Trump is like evil, right? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna be consistent. You know what I mean? I believe that the vast majority of ICE detention, of ICE arrest, they don't result in like someone being murdered. They don't result in like someone being like abused or, you know what I mean? That's not the majority of these encounters, you know. And so like I think that if we look at everything with immigration, I think the optics can be very terrible, right? Obviously, but if we look at the work that they're doing, I would just need. I mean, it seems to be the case that they're doing what they promised, which is attempting a mass deportation. And as they said, they're attempting the greatest mass deportation in history. Right? So, I mean, it can seem very, very bad at times. But unfortunately, this is what the American people voted for. Right? We won the popular vote and you ran on that. So I think they really just have to like fix these optics. These unfortunate past couple of tragedies where people like passed away. You know what I'm saying? That's
bothers me too. Liberals have a knee-jerk reaction to just hit the streets, protest, etc. They're a part of a lot of group chain conversation, email chain, stuff like that. So there was a few instances where they were actually impeding ICE. They had a few instances where they were impeding ICE stopping actual accused rapists. So situations like that are horrible. But I think it's disingenuous to act as if they knew they were doing that. Right? Like they probably didn't know. Oh, the guy in the house is accused of raping someone. Like all they knew is he's an undocumented migrant, and they're there to defend undocumented migrants. That's all they knew, bro. And so that goes in lieu with what Shadow was saying. In line with what Shadow was saying, is that it's a little bad faith. But I get it. I'm not even gonna hold that against Monica. Political conversations have become so fucking polarized. It turns into this tit for tat war, and I hate to see that because it's our country. It's not my country or your country. It's our country. We don't need to be at war with each other. A house divided amongst itself cannot stand. So,
Christian, you said over 70% of the deportees had no criminal convictions or record.
yes, ma'am.
But that negates the fact that that's not true.
That's
They have criminal pending charges, and all
still a giant fucking number, right? Like, if our own data from the most, hardcore stance is okay, 70% have no criminal record, but roughly 25% have pending charges. Okay, so we're looking at 1 out of 2 of these people have nothing criminal on the record, and we're kicking them out like they're like scumbags, and we're conflating them with rapists and murderers, and we're looking at everyone who does have a pending charge as a rapist and murderer,
especially considering they do border Mexico. So
I
it's
have
like,
an answer for that.
real quick, so it's like culturally, California is a Spanish name, San Diego, Tijuana, Spanish names, Los Angeles, Spanish name. So there's a large amount of Spanish culture there. If they feel like having a kind of corridor, similar to like if you went to Europe, right? A lot of these European countries just have open corridors, right? If they're trying to lean closer to that direction, mind you, California is the fifth largest economy on earth if it was its own country. So it's not like some welfare state like a lot of these red states are. It actually supports itself and actually supports other states. So I think they should have some purview on how they govern themselves in a free country that doesn't oppress the states with the Fed. And then with that in mind, why are conservatives who don't live in that state so concerned? You know?
I think it's the conservatives in the state of California that are concerned.
If you are here illegally, you are breaking the law. It's in the name illegal. So 100% of those people being detained and deported are criminals, but people don't like to go with that. And the reason why sanctuary cities are cancerous to our society is because they allow these criminals to keep breaking the law. And Martha's Vineyard, when they got bussed, a half a dozen or so illegal immigrants, what did they do when their borders were invaded? They protected themselves and tearfully waved goodbye to the illegals because NIMBY, not in my backyard. Leftist, progressive liberals are hypocrites who are putting Americans at risk by allowing illegal immigrants to stay here.
So just, shoot, you just, oh yeah, no, that's what you said. So you call them criminals. That's actually not true. So based off our statute code, border crossing is a civil offense. This is important because there's a distinction.
It's a civil crime, which is a criminal
No,
crime.
please let me finish. Please let me finish. There's a distinction between civil and criminal. Traffic, for example, is classified civil. Traffic can become criminal when it begins to endanger others. So, like if you're speeding 15 miles an hour over the speed limit, it's not criminal. Once it hits 20 and above, now it's reckless endangerment. Now it's criminal. So, our court does have a
5 miles an hour in the school zone is criminal.
as it should be.
Is it criminal not to pay taxes?
I actually don't know that off the top of my head. Is it? I imagine it is, but that's not my point.
So illegals not paying taxes is criminal.
That's actually false.
So they're breaking your
Hold on,
law.
that's actually false. That's actually false. The data shows that they pay more into taxes without giving any benefits back. That's because most employees. That's because most employees. That's because. No, no.
And then when you go to file your taxes, you got two people with the same social security number.
No.
Yeah.
No. So that's because most payroll has taxes taken out directly. So unless you're 1099.
But they're doing illegal jobs. They're doing under the table jobs. So isn't that illegal?
Yeah, that's probably happening for sure. And that's to me, I don't know if I even personally classify that as criminal. It probably is considered criminal though.
It is. But the IRS, the government can prosecute you for that.
Yeah, but so who would you think is the bigger problem in that situation? The immigrant or the company that's deliberately hiring them knowing that they're not legal?
Well, you think in Pennsylvania, the mushroom factory now
which is federal, it carries prison time, or aggravating factors like using fraudulent documents, smuggling others, prior criminal convictions, or any type of fraud. Yeah, check Google. Okay, so Google's kind of concluding the same way ChatGPT did. So the act of crossing the border the first time, illegal entry, is civil. It's just the manner with which many people do it makes it fraudulent, which then it becomes
So again, I'm not willing to put pragmatism above my values. And it's not me being a bleeding heart. I'm talking about sustainability. Sure, stop and frisk works while you're catching the easy. Oh, I know he's packing. I know he's got some drugs on him. Sure, it works in those instances. But now, whenever the government wants, they can just violate the Constitution. You're comfortable with that? Fuck no. Fuck no. And we can agree to disagree. Me? Fuck no. This is the best country on earth for a reason. Real quick, this is the best country on earth for a reason. The founding fathers were brilliant, and our Bill of Rights should be enshrined and considered sacred. And so when people just play with that, like, well, we know he's packing. It's like, yeah, Al Capone got taken down on tax evasion. Do your damn job. Catch him. Stop being lazy. These people aren't the world's most savvy criminals. You're just lazy. Come on.
Why is it that everybody who's out there in the streets doesn't let it happen peacefully? Because if you let it happen peacefully, there would not be people getting killed.
That one kind of went over my head. What do you say? Oh, you're blaming the recent deaths on the protesters. Look, I think that's really inappropriate, and I get where you're coming from. I don't want to, because this conversation gets heated. I'm not here to judge you. I think that's like an abhorrent position, and here's why. I put way, way, way more. Like, I don't even.
I rarely see a black person protesting this whole immigrant thing.
Yeah, because we know we'll get fucked up. No, but anyway. No, but seriously, I put 10 times more expectations on a trained government agent than a civilian. And anyone who's
But when the civilians get in the middle and start clashing, and Antifa is proud to clash, and they're proud to like take weapons and to grab the flash bombs and they'll explode in their hands. I mean, that mob mentality, when you try and stop ICE from doing their job, you're actually hurting yourself.
well, regardless of whether or not they're hurting themselves or not, fundamentally,
Fundamentally,
they're American citizens.
American liberal.
Fundamentally,
They're fellow white Americans.
Fundamentally, they're American citizens, and they have rights under the law, and they should be protected. And so, as the
But their right is not to get violent.
the First Amendment literally gives them the right to protest. No, you're right. They're not allowed to get violent.
The right, yes, they have the right to protest. They have a right to protest.
The two people who have been killed, the degree to which they were violent is completely inarguable. It's not cut and dry. That's why we're so split, right? And a lot of conservatives look at it and they go, for instance, in the car instance, oh, he was in fear of getting ran over. He got hit with the car. In this instance, oh, well, he had a gun on him and he had just interacted with them trying to help that one lady.
11 days before, he was actually taken down by another protest. So, he knew his second protest, he was going to be packing. Now, he stepped in the way of a lady getting pushed. When you do that, you raise your hand to defend yourself against a cop, and they see your weapon clearly on you, and you're pushing back. Aren't they, like,
saw we executed one of you earlier. When are you gonna learn? Bro, that is holy shit. They just inflame the fuck out of conditions. So, I'm just.
So you're right, that does inflame it, but you're right.
Hey guys, I'm a Colombian person, and just to respond to the question, I mean the topic of this room, that whether Trump is an evil person or not, I would say it's a non-room.
conditions that led up to it. So if I call someone a Nazi, I'm not like some screaming blue-haired liberal yelling, "Oh, you guys are really Hitler." That's not what I'm doing, right? And I forgive you for conflating that because that's what you're used to. What I'm saying is that there is a mob mentality that is nationalistic that has ceased to care about.
Mob mentality, Antifa.
is why we call J6 an attempt at an insurrection, because when it failed, he told his people on Truth Social, they started screaming, "Hang Mike Pence," which is a call for an assassination of a fucking vice president. Again, if the role was ever reversed, bro, if Democrats ever did this, like, what the fuck? And they're screaming, "Hang Mike Pence," and he tells them, protest hard, and they storm the Capitol to try to put him in office because they stole the election from him. No, he was trying to steal it, bro.
water and giving it to kids, and they were getting kids hooked on high fructose corn syrup, sugar beverages. What the fuck? This is a ridiculous country. And so I don't know. I just say that to say, and I love it by the way. I want it to get better. I'm just saying, I think it's super unfair to just look at some person who's probably much more loved by God, because if you read the Bible, it says those who are the closest, those who are the lowest are the closest to the Most High. I say to you, what you've done to the least of these, you've done for me. So in other words, God says he's with those people that we are looking down on. He's with them, not the people in a bougie-ass rich country bitching that someone's competing for their job and they want it to be easy to have the job, right? So just be honest, right? And if you were in their position, you would hate Americans for being so greedy that they're like, no, you can't come in here. What? Come on, bro, you got room. I don't want to make room. Why? I'm starving and you've got more food than you need. I don't care. Come on. And Bieber, you in the chat, you're talking about Trump 2028, 3 more years of suffering. Look, I'm not one of those people who is either A, under a disillusion of what country I live in, or purchase that
don't see too many Democrats that are like billionaires and trillionaires. A lot of them are conservatives, right? However, you know, when I look at the situation with Donald Trump, you got Prince Andrew, you back in, you got really powerful people. So to me, it's more about power than it is race. But unfortunately, this power is consolidated by more than likely the European people that are in it. So I don't want to look at it from a racial thing. So I just look at it from power.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
That's it.
That's fair. Yeah, but please don't call me. Don't call me.
I kind of like, fine, no problem. You know what I'm saying? You can move to the left side of the line, right?
Yeah.
But the majority of the people, brother, unfortunately, don't share that that angle of observation. And most of them, bro, it's all about black and white.
100%. Right. Please. Right. In the group,
They orderly groups and group think tanks and all this other shit. And then they back to them.
yeah. I think we all know who we're talking about. And by the way, Nagu, when you refer to me, please don't use just drop friends, please. I actually get a little sheepish. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, they did put you out the house. Hey, but look, I was gonna say, back to what he just said real quick. You know, Donald Trump and this whole situation, you notice that a lot of the victims, most of the victims, are Europeans too. So it's not like it's just a white on black thing. Or,
Yeah,
you know,
we're eating our own. We're eating our own.
Right. So
Yeah.
to me, that's why I say I don't really want to drop the race in it like that because I just didn't see it being a full racial situation.
Yeah, that's fair. Come on up, Paco. Anybody who is pro-pedophilia, come up. Anybody who is pro-Trump, aka pro-Trump, I should say, also come on up. As Mark
Is presented in the in this equation. Well, one of this whatever they attach it to. The only reason, well, there's so many different reasons, but one very the main reason I would say, or a very powerful reason, is that it is an overthrow of one's birthright based on nationality that is connected to the United Nations. How many people in this chat room have a national identification card? How many? That means that if you don't have that particular card, right? You know what that means, right? You're not connected to, or you never contracted with the United Nations and stuff. And so therefore, the United Nations is literally not doing shit right now because why? Nobody's using that program. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Google Apps applications, right? And it's like, oh, nobody's using that application. It's just sitting there. Nobody's, use it. And the only way that we as a people would be able to use that application if we downloaded it and blah blah, filled out the application and did all this shit. How many of y'all filled out the application to contract with the United Nations? You see that? How many of y'all are claiming nationality and not black and white? You see that? And it keeps on getting worse, y'all. It doesn't get better.
I contract for the United Nations every day.
So then you have people that do, those are the very intelligent people. Those are the people that can ask me a high level when it comes to civics.
I've actually renounced my American citizenship so I can get a UN citizenship.
Brilliant, man. Congratulations. Everybody should, learn about how you did that and then, follow suit.
I just don't know, man. I mean, I'm looking at it. I have not been doing, my grant, and I told Sully earlier that I haven't been, doing the whole politics thing for the most part. I haven't really been advocating for Trump, nor, advocating either for or against, and I just haven't really been focused on politics. I've been more into theology and philosophy and stuff like that. So I'm not really privy to it all, but I am being made aware. I have read some of the accounts. Certain
for definition.